Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen, episode number
Wow.
4. I am your debonair, tall, but also very old and slightly stupid host of the show, Helmsman. And as always, I have my conniving, chaotic, gremlin sweetheart of a co-host, Roza Kollab, with me.
Hi. I'm currently Grandma Kotal, which is why my hair is fading to grey.
I was gonna ask.
Supposed to be my Halloween thing, but I think it just looks like I turned down the
I was gonna ask why you're a ghost.
I turned up the
Are you
brightness.
haunting me? Oh man. Well, anyway,
I
yeah.
have a little brightness filter on,
Oh man. Well, as I said, this is episode 4. We're getting there. We're still just getting started. I'm actually supposed to get the first drafts of the artwork this weekend.
Ooh.
Fingers crossed that actually happens because
Yippee.
artists on Fiverr. So
Yeah.
fingers
This
crossed.
is officially our month, technically. This is our month episode, even though we've been going for more than a month. We missed one.
Yeah, we missed one. Yeah. Oh gosh, Rosa's a bit low volume. Why are you always low volume?
I don't know. I don't adjust anything.
I don't either. We never adjust anything. Again, every time it's just like you're low. Let me see here if there's any way that
I don't
can...
think it's that I'm low. I think it's just they're used to my volume on my stream, which is exceptionally loud.
Oh, that could be it. That could be it. Let me
But
see.
the ears are adjusting to it,
Maybe. That could be it. Well, it fixed itself. Did it do that last time too? I could have sworn it did that last time too. Okay, so just like with Rosa's interspersed audio issues, just bear with it. It'll fix itself. Anyway, we have a few pretty long main articles what we're going to be talking about today. But before we get to that, let's talk about our weeks. You've had a roller coaster of a week, I have to say.
I sold socks. You bought one.
I did. Well, technically 2. I bought 1 pair of socks.
True.
No, actually, no. It was actually Cam as a bunch of alt accounts buying them all.
Yes, right.
As he claimed.
Yes, of course. A bunch of alt accounts buying them all to different addresses. Him and all the places at which he does races.
It was actually hilarious because I told you when you first pitched the idea before you even announced it, I was like, you're gonna make a bucket of money on that, and you were very unsure of that. You were very skeptical. I think that you were more skeptical than anyone else that knew or was involved with it.
Yeah.
I thought that you were gonna make around $1,000, and you made what, like 1,100 something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rosa's gonna quit
from
streaming
that part
and
of
sell
it.
used underwear to lonely men on the internet.
No! From that part of it, I was obviously gonna go towards paying for the actual shipping and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I made the minimum price as high as it was, because in my head I was thinking okay, this will just account for shipping. So worst case scenario, I just ship these and make a tiny profit, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? But I just get rid of these. Fuck it,
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I wouldn't have to charge shipping for anyone, which I was hoping would entice people. And I think it worked because I definitely have enough for the shipping. Definitely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then I also thought that getting Jazz would be really good for it. Jazz had no interest unless I paid him, so I was like, fine, I'll pay you. And he asked for a pretty small amount originally, but since I know he's working really hard, on his day job and stuff like that, right? And he's taking time that would normally go towards his own streams, right, to do this for me.
Yeah.
I actually bumped up how much I'm gonna pay him. like by a pretty significant amount. So like once I like know how much it's gonna cost me to ship this, because some of the stuff had to ship out like out of the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And I can subtract that from how much we made, and then I subtract Jazz's cut. I don't know exactly how much I actually made.
All right. Well, there's also the Euro Bros. So they're a little bit more expensive to ship too, if there are any.
Yep. Yep.
So, but you made
yes.
a significant chunk of change in any case.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
It's better than the nothing that those socks were making by sitting there in like a bag.
Your mom got some new socks too, technically.
Yeah. I gave her, so like some of the socks actually came with like extras that I never wore, so I gave all those to her. And then I actually had people message me after the fact, offering to buy the socks specifically so my mom doesn't get them.
Oh.
So some of them actually ended up getting sold after the auction as well. But yeah, my mom just got some new socks. So
either way, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
That's good. What else you got going on?
I'm still sick.
In what way, though? Because it sounds like you're just fatigued, which is
no. No. There is like a pool of snot coming out of my fucking face.
Oh God.
Every couple of hours.
Fun.
I probably should.
Do you need a bib?
Probably, dude. I have a towel.
You need a bib.
I'm just blowing my nose. Like I'm just blowing my fucking nose into. Like it is a drenched towel covered in like blood, because I keep fucking giving myself nosebleeds.
God.
Yeah, it's like a drenched bloody towel that just sits in like it's just like next to me, like next to like all of like medicine bottles and stuff. That I just blow my nose into.
That towel must be so happy to be used to its fullest potential. You know that it's just sitting there drenched in snot and blood, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
At least I'm not a cum rag.
True. But I whatchamacalls it? It's I mean, this is like, dude, I've had to like wash the towel like 3 or 4 times since I first got sick. This is like the last time that I got sick. I've been sick for like over a month now, I think. And it's just like, it just sucks, dude. I hate it. So I've given Patho the nickname of Puddle Princess. That's what I call her. I call her my Puddle Princess.
Uh-oh.
This morning I told her that I think that my sinuses could give her a run for her money for the like largest puddle for a puddle making championship. That's what I said, I think. Competition. I don't know, something like that. That was the joke.
Viking says it's not snot, it's Rosa's brain trying to flee the asylum.
Checks out.
Oh man. What about on the gaming side? That's all you kind of do is you kind of be sick and play video games. That's like
pretty much, yeah.
That's kind of like your existence right now.
Yeah. I played more Nier. We finished the 2B playthrough.
Okay.
And now we're doing the 9S playthrough. We finally got the tiny hat. The little hat for Lenya.
Lenya, yeah. I still don't have it. I'm mad.
Acquired.
I'm 3 away.
And then we played some more Dark Souls 2 finally after like a month of not playing it.
Oh, nice.
And I got very addicted. Everyone went to bed and I kept going for like another like 30 minutes.
You got some more D&D in as well, didn't you?
Oh yeah, that's true. We did some D&D with the J.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun. I feel kind of bad just because I've been like really sluggish. So like, we ended early yesterday. I was super fucking tired. I was like passing out.
Well, for you, to be fair, ending early to you is like a normal stream length. You know.
I guess for what, 7:30? We ended at like 1.
Yeah, that's still even by like streaming standards, that's still long.
Like what, like only 5 hours? Only 5
well, still
hours.
though. And I know that you got like some of the other players are joining as like side characters on that side quest.
Asta has joined as like a little side character for that adventure. Almost died.
A regular stream is 4 hours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a regular stream, I would say that the average stream is between 3 and 4 hours. Like, and mine are by that standard are actually short. Like me, I usually go 2.5 to 3 hours. That's that's a pretty normal stream length for me. But that's because I'm old and I get tired. And but there's plenty of streamers out there that regularly will do 6, 7, 8 hour streams like every day. Like that's just normal because they, a lot of their business
should be me.
Yeah, a lot of their business model is I'm doing this full time, so I should be streaming full time, meaning 40 hours a week, which means 8 hours a day, or they do like 6 hours a day, 5 or 6 hours a day, but they do it for 6 days. Whereas you are like,
I'm streaming salary, dog.
Yeah, you're on a salary. Yeah, you don't get paid overtime.
I'm doing salary, dog.
I mean, honestly,
I have a set amount that I need to make every week.
Every
streamer. If I don't make that amount, I will work however many hours.
Yeah, every streamer has their own kind of like comfort level in terms of like how much and when and all that kind of stuff. And it's like as long as you're not like barreling towards burnout, then you should be okay. Because everybody's burning out to some level, slowly but surely, or some people more quicker than others. But
I don't feel like I'm burning out. Like I do very much enjoy the streams, and like I look forward to them often, right? Like I'm like, yeah, dude, I can't wait to play this, right? It's just that I'm fucking tired all the time. So like, I'll wake up, right? Like today, I was like, I could have woken up on time. I'm not gonna lie to you. I very much could have been up on time. I woke up at like 8 in the morning, and then I was like, nah. Nah. I'm not gonna get up and like shower and like package things. I'll do that later. I'm not gonna ship them till Friday anyway.
Yeah.
Like next week Friday is like when I have a chance. After Ring Fit, I'm gonna go do it. Right? So like I have time to finish packaging stuff. I was like, nah.
Yeah.
And so I just didn't get up, and then it was time for stream, and like I knew that I had fucked up and scheduled it for 12 instead of 3, which is what I should have done, because that's what I'm supposed to do on the nights that I do streams with the J, as we go for later.
I primed.
But I didn't. I forgot. And to be fair, it's nice to have a bit more time, so honestly starting at 12 is ideal. But it was 12, and I was like, no, I don't wanna. And like I kept telling like Alexa like to snooze, and Pathos like, you should get up. Like, nah.
Well, I mean that's the thing. Like as long as you don't make it a habit, because that's like the double-edged sword of self-employment.
Yeah.
Right. Especially like working from home self-employment is that.
Yep.
You have to like develop a work schedule kind of discipline. You can't be like, there's nobody to hold me accountable, therefore I will sleep in.
Do whatever the fuck I want.
Do whatever the fuck I want. It's like you can't get into that habit.
I committed myself to this is the week where I'm sick and I'm gonna be late, and fuck it, right? There's no schedule, there's no nothing this week. I'm just kind of going with the flow this week, because I didn't have the time to like make a schedule or do anything properly at the start of the week. So I was planning obviously for like the stock auction. But I told myself next week we're going back to normal. All right, next week it's on time every stream. All right, next week we're doing all the streams.
All right. Good.
Like that's the plan, right? So like I was like, I'm not gonna try to salvage this week, because I'm just gonna like stress myself out trying to do so. I'm just gonna tell myself, you know what, fuck it. This week is my fucking shit week. All right. We hit the goal really early, so honestly, at the end of the day, like we're not like super fucked. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck it. Just take the rest while you can have it, right? Take it this week, but next week we're back up to speed. No ifs or buts. And so that's my plan. Next week I'm gonna go hard.
Good.
On the
good.
Everything.
We don't have to go hard.
I'm just gonna be hard all the time.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be hard all the time. All the time.
Just popping those pills. Just chain popping.
Chain popping. Chain popping blue pills, baby.
Pathos says that she tries to hold you accountable if she can, but sometimes she messes her times up.
Yeah, she's so cute. I love her. She's nice.
I know. All right.
I love her so much.
Yeah,
that's pretty much me. I think next week's gonna be more interesting because like next week, like we're gonna start playing Until Dawn.
Yeah.
Fucking Dragon Ball. Fucking I keep wanting to call it Tenkaichi Fork. I keep wanting to do that.
It's that spark or whatever, right?
Sparkling stars, no. Sparking Zero. That's it. Dragon Ball Sparking. Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi 4 comes out! And I'm excited!
I swear I'm like the only guy in the Western Hemisphere that doesn't give a shit about Dragon Ball.
I'm so excited!
Like I know the characters. Like I could probably name, maybe I can name 6 characters from the whole thing. From like the entire franchise.
Go for it.
Oh god. Obviously Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Majin Buu, Android 18.
Of course.
And
Come on, my main man, my guy.
Yeah, I said Vegeta, right?
No, that's not my main man.
Oh, I don't know who your main man is. What about
my dude, my guy, my goal?
Bulma?
I wanna be him. Bulma isn't the character.
There's 6. There's 6. I got 6.
That's your 6. I was thinking of Krillin, my guy Krillin.
Oh, Krillin. Okay, I don't know who that is.
Gets the baddest bitch. All right.
There's also the big green lizard dude that I can't remember his name.
Lizard dude.
Well, he's maybe not as a lizard, but he's like green and he's like an well, they're all aliens, but I don't know. I don't know the franchise. I don't know anything about.
The tail.
I think.
Cell?
Cell? Maybe. I don't know.
Piccolo?
Oh, man. I just don't know. I just don't know anything about it. I'm like, again, like, see, this is the thing, chat, is that I had a friend in high school who was obsessed with Dragon Ball. And it used to, what I would do after school is, he was my friend that had the Dreamcast, and I fucking loved Shenmue 2. And so I would like go over to his house after school every day, and I would just play on his Dreamcast, and he would watch Dragon Ball and shit like that. And that's the limitation of my residual knowledge, is from just having Dragon Ball on the background. And since high school, which was 20 years ago for me, well, wait, not 20 years. Wait. 20 years ago. Yeah. 20 years ago for me. More than 20,
you were a
actually.
freshman the year was born.
Yeah, I graduated in 2001. Yeah.
Oh.
So I think I graduated before you were born.
No, I was born in 2000.
Oh, okay. So you were a wee lad or a wee lass.
Yeah.
So
I was a baby.
Yeah. So yeah, he used to watch like Toonami and stuff like that. And I just never had any interest in it. So I don't know. I didn't grow up in like anime and that kind of stuff. So
you graduated before Panther was born.
Oh, okay. Well, I know that I'm old enough to be like half the collective's dad. You know?
Yeah.
I think like one of the only people in the collective that I'm not old enough to be the dad of is Jazz.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because a lot of people don't have dads.
You're how old?
I'm 41 years old. Did you not?
Yeah.
Did you just completely gloss over that totally racist joke I just told?
Yeah. I did. I was trying to do math in my head. I was like, wait, how old is something?
Oh gosh.
And it's like, I knew you were in your 40s. I didn't know exactly how far into your 40s. I was just, theoretically.
Yeah, I turned 42
you definitely couldn't have been Jazz's dad.
I turned 42 in January, so.
Yeah, Jazz and Penguin are the only people who in the collective who you for sure.
Penguin is my age,
can be
isn't
the
he?
dad of.
I think Penguin is my age.
He's a little older than you.
He might be. But anyway, what did I do? I did the same thing this week as I did last week, pretty much. I just played Yakuza and Assassin's Creed Syndicate and Red Dead Redemption 2, like I did the week before.
Yippee!
That's basically it. Like nothing. I'm pretty. My schedule's pretty straightforward. You know.
Yeah.
So one thing I did notice though is that I got a little bit of a subscriber boost. I got 10 new subs from the last like swap of videos that I put out. Like I went from like 138 to 149 in like a week.
Good shit.
Yeah, so that's good to see. The very, very, very slow male furry VTuber channel growth. Not exactly the most lucrative niche. But whatever. Oh man. So yeah, but the only thing that I had was I see this is the man. I like I said, I'm old, so I talk about old man things. I had forgotten to cancel the insurance on my house, and so I had to do that, which was fun. And luckily they prorated it to like when the actual sale date was, so I wasn't just like out 2 weeks worth of, insurance costs. So, but it's like, but I've started like I got pre-qualified. I went to the lender and got pre-qualified for like way over like what my target range is. So pretty much everything I put an offer on will be guaranteed to be approved by the lender, which will help. So, and I'm going to be in Florida in November, doing just for a weekend, just doing some open houses and stuff like that.
Yippee!
So I bought the flights, and that trip is set. And it's the weekend of the 15th. There will not be a podcast episode, obviously, for obvious reasons. So that's really all. That's my old man news. How much is my insurance premium? Too fucking much. That's how much. So you realize you were still paying insurance on a car you sold for years? Yeah, a lot of people, including myself, like tend to forget that like insurance policies don't automatically cancel. Like my power bill automatically canceled because it was like, hey, someone else like claimed the house, so we're like canceling your bill. And I was like, yes, that's how it's supposed to happen. The water company's the same way. But because it's insurance, it's such a riveting topic of discussion, isn't it? Like other entities.
No. This is important for me to learn.
Yeah, other entities cannot cancel your insurance policy. Like you have to do that yourself for legal reasons. It's not like a utility. You know what I mean? So you like have to remember to actually do it yourself. The same way, like if you change your insurance, like if you change your states, like your auto insurance, you have to manually go in and change, your where you live and stuff like that to get a new policy issued. They won't just like, even though they're like, hey, we see that you live here now, you want to upgrade your policy. They can't do it for you. They can't modify your insurance policy without, you have to do it yourself. So yeah. If you have any questions regarding home ownership, ask me, because I know that that's like on your radar now.
Yep. I mean, not fully yet, but yes.
Not yet, but that
will be on my radar like within the year probably.
The fact that that's like you're looking up and that's actually like on the table, even though it's the very very edge of the table, but it's off the table.
Yep.
I mean, you were living out of your car for a couple days, literally like a year ago. So like you've really turned things around, which is really nice to see. But anyway, well, with that, wait, Viking, did I ever read this thing? I realized I was still paying insurance on a car I sold 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you read it.
Yeah, I read that. Okay. Well, anyway, we got.
Sometimes like YouTube chat will like bounce. It makes it seem like the latest thing just dropped in. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just like my eyes.
I swear I see that
but,
too.
But I swear that's a thing. Like I also like it also seemed to me like that just dropped as a message, even though it was definitely been there.
Yeah, it's like this weird deja vu. It's like chat deja vu. Chat.
Yeah.
Chat deja vu.
I don't know. Like it's like I don't know. It's like in like my peripheral, like it looks like chat bounced as like a new message dropped.
But it doesn't. Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, I have the same issue.
I don't know why that happens to me.
It's so weird. No, I guarantee it happens to me too. So, and I guarantee you that we're not the only two that it happens to. So
Maybe.
it's like streamer PTSD. Like, did I miss a chat? Did I miss a chat? Particularly small streamer or medium streamer that doesn't have chat going a million miles a minute. You know.
Yeah.
But anyway, we've got quite a bit to get into. So, shall we get into the news?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first off, we got something very innocuous, very simple, just a simple little, delicious, shall I say, little appetizer. That is, the Krabby Patty has been made manifest, chat. The Krabby Patty is coming to Wendy's restaurants nationwide for a limited time.
I feel like we're... I don't know if this is like 10 years too late, or if this is the perfect time because now everyone that has grown up watching SpongeBob is now an adult.
Oh, this is gonna sell like crazy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like
because I was thinking I was like either this is a bit too late just because like, you know, like no one really watches SpongeBob, right?
Mm-hmm.
The kids don't watch TV. Sorry. But
the people who grew up with it, they have jobs and money now.
SpongeBob. But yeah, exactly. By this point, everyone who grew up with SpongeBob has money.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be actually genius timing.
All right, let's see if we can do this. Are you ready, kids?
And adults.
Wendy's announced Wednesday it is partnering with Paramount to celebrate the 25th anniversary of SpongeBob SquarePants by launching the Krabby Patty Kollab with a K. It's like Mortal Kombat. Oh my god. Could you imagine if like SpongeBob and Patrick were put into a Mortal Kombat game? That would be fucking awesome. Like they put Shaggy from Scooby-Doo into the last one. Remember that?
They did?
Yeah. So
what? Did I miss that? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, what?
What is that? That was real. Was that? Am I hallucinating that? I'm pretty sure that was a real thing, or maybe I'm hallucinating and it was like a really elaborate meme. But I could have sworn that they put Shaggy into one of the Mortal Kombat games. They put that not Smash Brothers game. Oh, okay. It was. Oh, okay, gotcha. So it wasn't Mortal Kombat. Are you sure? I could have sworn it was. I could have sworn they put like evil Shaggy or something like that into Mortal Kombat, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't care too much.
Cool, because the game is like it's not made by Warner Brothers, but I think it's like published by Warner Brothers. If I'm not mistaken, like they have ties to Warner Brothers.
Oh, it's the multiverses.
Yeah, multiverses. I know had Shaggy. Yeah.
Okay. Now that I know that there were memes though. There were memes of like Shaggy in Mortal Kombat. I could have.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Sworn that was a real thing.
When Old Train thinks Shaggy meme.
It's like Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is shit now. But if they just like leaned into that, like the goofy, like if they just leaned into multiverses kind of shit.
I mean, they had like a bunch of really interesting characters, didn't they? They had fucking like Ultraman.
They had like Terminator and Omni-Man.
Yeah, they had Omni. That's what I was thinking of. Omni-Man.
They had Jason. They had Jason. I don't know.
They had lots of like the horror guys. They had Omni-Man on there. They had the guy from The Boys, I think.
Oh yeah, Homelander. Yeah.
Yeah, they had Homelander. They had the guy from I keep wanting to call them the Injustice League. Suicide Squad?
What guy? I don't. Oh, they had Peacemaker.
Yeah, Peacemaker.
Yeah, the John Cena guy. But, which I actually have seen the fatality for Peacemaker, and it's actually pretty awesome. He literally like summons like an eagle, like his eagle companion, and the eagle kills him, like slices him up and stuff like that, and then the eagle like lands in the blood puddle and like salutes the camera. It's pretty awesome.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty awesome, actually. Okay, so Mr. Bear looked it up. It says, so Shaggy is canon in the MK universe as per the Mortal Kombat Legends Battle of the Realms movie, though he only made a brief cameo. Okay. But yeah, I think and they did that because of the meme. It was like an homage to the meme. I think that's what it was.
When did Battle of the Realms come out?
I don't know. I stopped paying attention to Mortal. I played the newest Mortal Kombat 1, for like 2 days, and I was like, wow, I think I'm done with this franchise because it's been downhill ever since MK9. And 1 was just trash. Like
2021. So yeah, I guess it would be the most meme probably.
Yeah. So anyway. Okay, so here's what it comes with. So it comes with the pineapple under the sea frosty, which is a vanilla frosty with a pineapple mango flavored puree swirl, which sounds pretty tasty actually. And the Krabby Patty Kollab burger, which is the restaurant's take on the famous cartoon burger, features a quarter pound of beef, 2 slices of American cheese, lettuce, tomato, pickle, onion, and a quote top secret Krabby Kollab sauce on a toasted bun. Both menu items will be available nationwide in the U.S. It's probably just some fucking... like, they probably took, like, ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise and just swirled it into, like, one sauce. They're calling that the...
I'm gonna send you...
Oh, gosh, what do you have?
I'm gonna send you a video. I needed to see it. I just needed to see it. I'm sorry. I know that we're moving on, but I needed to see it. I needed to see it.
You're fine.
I'm gonna send it to you. And you should play this.
Okay.
On screen. I haven't watched it.
Wait, are we gonna get copyrighted for this?
It's like a 13-second thing. I don't think so.
Okay, let me grab it. Copy.
It's just the intro.
That's just the intro? Does it need to have music?
It's just the intro. It's I would say leave the music. I don't wait. Let me just double check it has music.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no music. It's just like a Warner Bros. Intro.
Okay. All right. Let me browser audio. Let me should be able to hear this.
Yeah, this is the intro for the movie, like the Warner Bros. Animation intro.
Okay. Let's see here. Play.
Get over here, man!
So it's totally just taking advantage of the meme. It's great. That, like, I love it.
Get over here, man!
Yeah, that's like the studios. Like, get over here, Scoob. Oh man. No, I like it when companies do that, when they kind of like, when they actually play into like internet meme culture and that kind of stuff. Because it's like it like tells us like there's like at least one person with decision making power within the company that is actually paying attention at least to some level, you know. So anyway, both menu items will be available nationwide in the U.S., Canada, and Guam, beginning Tuesday, October 8th. So that's in 3 days. So that's 2. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Through an immersive Wendy's drive-through experience. What? What the fuck is an
immersive Wendy drive?
What the hell does that mean? Oh, it makes sense that the 2 most iconic squares in pop culture are teaming up to bring a taste of this unique limited-time experience of life for the fans of all ages, said Lindsay Redkowski, U.S. Chief Marketing Officer for the Wendy's Company in the news release. I have to say, though, that Wendy's marketing and their social media game has always been on point.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
they-
been fucking solid.
Yeah, they created they pioneered like the edgy corpo account concept.
Yeah.
They pioneered that, and they've been the masters of it ever since. They have dominated, or not dominated, but they have like mastered like their social media game.
Like,
one of the,
Wendy's, like the sassy Wendy's.
yeah, like the way they would like
On
like
Twitter.
throw. They would like throw shade at like Taco Bell and Burger King and all the competitors and stuff. Was just amazing. It was so well done. And they still do it too. They still do that shit, which is phenomenal.
Well, yeah, people be like, oh, like Wendy's roast man, like she'll just go hard on him.
Yeah. According to the news release, the Krabby Patty Kollab program will bring food items inspired by the Krabby Patty into the real world and onto menus for the first time ever. The animated show first premiered on Nickelodeon in 1999.
There was also the like goth Wendy's.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
That was also fucking genius, dude. They have taken advantage of the fact that Wendy is a cute fucking redhead, and they're like, let's just run to the fucking park with it, dude.
Yep. Yeah,
Make her a
they've
cute,
been
sassy
great.
redhead on Twitter that sometimes goes goth. Everyone will love her, and then they'll buy her food. It's like, yeah, shit, you're right.
You're right.
Nothing makes me hungrier than a cute girl.
Feeding me. A cute girl feeding me, yeah. That's like the whole appeal of Hooters, you know?
Yeah.
The Krabby Patty collab marks another innovative way to continue the landmark 25th anniversary celebration of SpongeBob SquarePants, bringing Bikini Bottom to the surface like never before, to Dario Spina, CMO of Paramount Brand Studio, in the news release. No, this is a brilliant idea that they've executed on. Fucking well done to Wendy's, well done to Paramount. This is brilliant. I am definitely going to actually try this. I will try this.
Same.
I want to know
does
what
it
the
come out?
sauce is. 3 days on the 8th, on a Tuesday.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it's like right around the corner.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Okay. What have I got?
We try it out on Tuesday before the OCP podcast, and I can talk about it.
Yeah, there you go. She'd eat it
So,
while you're
I
doing the podcast.
Yeah, so
It's a live
I
taste
played
test.
Dragon Ball while I was eating the Krabby Patty.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. That, are you doing that next week? You're doing like a Dragon Ball collab with the OCP host instead of the actual podcast. Is that what's going on?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're still doing OCP. I'm just gonna do Dragon Ball beforehand.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I wasn't checking to see if they're gonna be available, so maybe we can play a little bit of it beforehand if they're gonna also be buying it early.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious, like, because the only thing that's unique is like what the sauce is, you know.
Yeah.
And the shake sounds tasty too, but we'll see. Okay, the next one is I don't even know how to explain it. Let's just watch this. So, this is a car fire on the side of a road, and we're just gonna watch this security cam footage and watch what this guy does. There's no audio because it's a security cam. So there's this car burning on the side of the road. The driver, he crawls out. So he's crawled out.
Okay.
He's walking towards the camera. He's kind of collecting himself because his car's on fire. He almost died. As you would do. Okay. He's just kind of mulling around. The car is fully engulfed in the flames now. Walks out into the street. Takes out his phone. Takes a selfie.
It's a selfie.
Bro, this is... He just couldn't help... This is the age of social media, chat. He just couldn't help himself. He dips his arm behind him. Boop! Gotta get that selfie and gotta get that social media clout.
Hashtag almost died.
I don't have anything for this. That's literally the whole thing. I just wanted to watch this stupid thing.
What the hell, dude?
But like people will take any opportunity imaginable to get a selfie these days. It's kind of ridiculous. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there like a story to this, or is it just that video?
Well, there's a story, but it's like there's nothing more than what I literally said. So, it's just seconds before the fire crew arrives is when he took it. But it's just describing the video as we saw it. There's nothing really to read. So, no.
Where's the picture? Did he post it?
There it is. I don't know, actually. There's no link. I don't see any link. Yeah, there's no links.
Does it say he has a DUI? Scroll up a little bit. Up.
Booked into jail where he was charged with a DUI, resisting arrest, drug possession, and possession of drug paraphernalia. So this guy was out of his fucking gourd.
There you go.
He still had the wherewithal to take that selfie, though. Got to capture the moment.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Want to see a fire?
Yeah. Another one.
What's this fire?
Whoa.
There's no real audio to this chat. You're okay.
Yeah, the audio hurts.
Yeah, it's actually annoying. Yeah, it just hurts.
It's like
It's just like it's the sound of the car driving. That's all it is. So, a chemical cloud moving around Atlanta suburbs prompts a new shelter-in-place alert. You can see more footage of it. This is kind of like the start of it here. Residents of Atlanta were again warned Tuesday to take shelter where they are if shifting winds push the still-blowing chemical cloud from a chlorine factory fire. So that was chlorine gas. Do you know what chlorine gas does to people?
No.
It kills you. It's a toxic, poisonous gas that will actually kill you. So that
checks out.
Yeah. So a shelter-in-place order had just ended Monday evening for Rockdale County, where the chemical fire sent a huge plume of orange and black smoke into the Georgia sky on Sunday. People complained about a strong chemical smell and haze for many miles around the Biolab plant in Conyers, about 25 miles southeast of downtown Atlanta. Due to the weather, the plume is banking down and moving throughout the county. If the cloud moves over your vicinity, please shelter in place until the cloud moves out. Later Tuesday, Rockdale County emergency officials extended the timeline, recommending that residents shelter in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. each night until Friday. They cited weather patterns in the evening and overnight hours when the air quality readings may dip to concerning levels for those in direct exposure to the plume. The city of Atlanta said its firefighters continue to monitor the fallout and urge anyone with nose, throat, or eye irritation or difficulty breathing to call a Georgia Poison Center hotline. So you can see some good aerial photos of the plume there.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be outside. If you don't have to be on the roadway, stay home. Said the Rockdale County Board of Commissioners Chairman Oz Nesbitt. The fire was brought under control around 4 p.m. Sunday, officials said, but firefighters were still actively engaged Tuesday as the smoldering material kept sending up a plume of now gray-white smoke. The pollution constantly shifted, and with no strong prevailing wind to disperse it, smelly haze lingered across the Atlanta area. Oh man, fucks up buildings too. Yeah, it will corrode metal, like certain metals as well. So, what is happening?
I'm putting pizza in my microwave. I put it in there. I forgot to actually turn it on.
Okay.
Rosa? Am I back to normal now?
What?
Pineapple makes coom taste better? True.
I've heard that as well.
It's too bad that I'm allergic to pineapple.
Oh man. Let's see. Biolab's website. It's hilarious to me that the name of the lab is just Biolab. Like,
yeah.
Like, talk about just like having no creativity whatsoever. You could even call it like You couldn't even call it like George's Biolab. It's just Biolab. Biolab's website said that his swimming pool.
If you're lucky, allergic to cum too, Rosa. I'm not.
Biolab's website says it is the swimming pool and spa water care division of Lawrenceville, Georgia-based.
I knew a guy that was allergic to cum.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna. God damn it.
Huh?
Am I just going to? How am I supposed to pronounce this? Do I pronounce this?
Kick?
I mean, there's another way to pronounce that. It's a slur.
Is it?
You don't know the slur against Jews? That is
Eek?
K-I-K-E?
Kike?
Yes. You've never heard that before.
No?
Wow. Okay, well, that is a Jewish slur. A slur against Jewish people.
What does it mean?
I guess just bad Jew. I don't know.
Isn't just calling him a Jew bad enough?
I guess so.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Why is Rosa's hair white? Because she got covered in coom.
No! I'm old! I'm aging!
She's
My hair's getting old and I'm graying.
Let's see. So that's why it's a chlorine plant, because it produces swimming pool and spa treatment chemicals. Atlanta's fire department said it was testing for the presence of chemicals including chlorine, hydrogen sulfide, and carbon monoxide. Jesus. The U.S. Environmental Protection, you could just say the EPA. We know what the EPA is. Has also been monitoring for chlorine and related compounds. Federal officials are investigating what led to the fire and how it has been handled. The sprinkler system showered water onto water-reactive chemicals around 5 a.m. Sunday. Of course they did. Of course they're water-reactive. Rockdale County Fire Chief Marion McDaniel said there were employees inside the plant, but no injuries were reported. Residents north of Interstate 20 were ordered to evacuate on Sunday, while others were told to shelter in place. But residents of Atlanta's densely populated eastern suburbs in DeKalb and Gwinnett counties also reported seeing a haze of the strong smell of chlorine. Hours passed Sunday before DeKalb Emergency Management Authority said data suggested that air pollution was unlikely to cause harm to most people. There's some vagueness in there. The DeKalb statement said anyone concerned about breathing the chemicals could stay inside with their homes sealed up and air conditioners turned off. An EPA statement said the odor threshold for chlorine is very low, meaning people can smell it at very low concentrations that do not cause harm. That's true. It has quite the pungent odor. Nesbitt made a point of holding the news conference outdoors Tuesday morning to show that it's all right for us to stand out here. I mean, honestly, that's smart. That's a smart idea.
Yeah.
But he said this has happened too many times. Yeah, apparently that there's been a series of chemical fires across Georgia. Also Tuesday, lawyers for Fannie and Albert Tart of the Conyers, Georgia, filed a lawsuit against Biolab on behalf of the tens of thousands of people who had to evacuate. Yeah, something like 90,000 people who were forced to shelter in place or evacuate. Said that the company had a history of reckless and egregious conduct, especially egregious that the defendants have been here before, having exposed this community in a similar fashion over the past 20 years. Said attorney Daniel R. Flynn of the DiCello Levitt law firm, one of the several involved in the class action. Biolab did not immediately respond to an email seeking comment about the lawsuit. There have been other destructive fires at the Conyers complex, which opened in 1973. In May 2004, multiple warehouse explosions led to a huge fire and chlorine-laden fire that prompted the evacuation of 300 people, at least 9 of whom sought hospital treatment for burning eyes and lungs. In June 2015, 6 Rockdale County firefighters were hurt in a fire at the complex, and another fire in 2016 prompted voluntary evacuations. In September 2020, a chemical fire prompted authorities to shut down Interstate 20. Biolab workers tried to isolate decomposing chemicals to prevent the catastrophe, but their forklifts slid on the wet floor amid the fumes, and poorly stacked pallets of materials hindered firefighters, 9 of whom went to hospitals after inhaling hazardous vapors. So yeah, this has like been going on like
Jesus Christ.
on a pretty
Their insurance company was be like, can you fucking stop?
yeah, right.
Please!
the workers better give some fucking hazard pay too. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh man. No injuries reported, but strangely, in a couple of weeks, a number of workers will present symptoms consistent with what one would expect, but which the company contends they encountered outside of work.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happened. Do you know the infamous story of the cast and crew of the John Wayne Genghis Khan movie, all contracting cancer?
What?
So, John Wayne, back in the day, he made a movie called Genghis Khan, where he basically played Genghis Khan. So they, like, you know, yellow-faced him, I guess, whatever you want to call it. And I think, like, something like a third, if not... No, it was actually, like, more than half. I think it was, like, 2/3 of the cast, like, later on in life, all contracted cancer. Like, the same kind of cancer. And they linked it back to the production of that movie, and the reason why is that because they filmed it out in the Nevada desert, right next to the test site where they were exploding all the nuclear bombs. So they were like exposing themselves during the filming of this movie for like weeks and months on end to the radiation from the nuclear bombs, because they were like literally like this is during the 60s when they were actually like detonating bombs on that site.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's like, well, it's like later on, you know, you have all these symptoms, you know. So, like, the government wasn't implicated or anything or held responsible, but they were like, yeah, that's what happened. So, it's a very interesting story, actually, if you look into it. The whole Genghis Khan crew getting cancer. So, what have I got next?
That's crazy.
I think I have... Okay, I've got one more before we get into one of the big stories of the night. An American World War II bomb explodes at a Japanese airport, causing a large crater in the taxiway.
What?
I don't what the fuck. So there's the remnants after the explosion. So in Tokyo, an unexploded American bomb from World War II that had been buried at a Japanese airport exploded on Wednesday, causing a large crater in the taxiway and the cancellation of more than 80 flights, but no injuries. Land and Transport Ministry officials said there were no aircraft nearby when the bomb exploded at Miyazaki Airport in southwestern Japan. Well, they got fucking lucky. Officials said an investigation by the self-defense forces and police confirmed that the explosion was caused by a 500-pound U.S. bomb and there were no further dangers. They were determining what caused its sudden detonation. A video recorded by a nearby aviation school showed the blast spewing pieces of asphalt into the air like a fountain. Videos broadcast... I could not find the video, by the way. I looked for it. If you can find it, I would love to show it. But I couldn't find it.
Search?
Yeah. Videos broadcast on Japanese television showed a crater in the taxiway reportedly about 7 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. So that was like really shallow bury. Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi said more than 80 flights had been canceled at the airport, which hopes to resume operations on Thursday morning. Miyazaki Airport was built in 1943 as a former Imperial Japanese Navy flight training field from which some kamikaze pilots took off of for suicide attack missions. A number of unexploded bombs dropped by the U.S. military during World War II have been unearthed in the area, Defense Ministry officials said. Hundreds of tons of unexploded bombs from the war remain buried around Japan and are sometimes dug up at construction sites. Man.
If you look up Japanese airport bomb, you'll find a video on CNN.
On CNN? Like their YouTube?
Their website.
Their website? Okay.
WSJ News also has a video on YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube? Okay, let me do that.
Yep, WSJ News.
WSJ News, Japan Airport, World War II bomb explodes. Oh yeah, there it is. Holy shit. Wow, my search game needs to fucking improve.
You're good.
Is there any volume to this? No, it's just music. Okay. Okay, here we go, chat. Look at this thing. This is like a monitoring camera. Poof. £500.
Maybe it was just kind of vibing, and then just out of nowhere.
I know, just like this.
Dude, that plane
Wow.
is just past
Yeah,
by,
that.
too.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Gerald of Rivia? Of Rivera? Gerald of Rivera. Oh. Well, that's cool, too. I just now realize how...
Geralt of Rivia?
I just now realize how close Geraldo Rivera's name
Yeah.
is to Geralt of Rivia.
Gerald of Rivera.
Oh, man.
Geraldo.
Sudden destination
Buena.
was there was no further danger. That's wild. Okay.
That is my bro. Geraldo Rivera. He's the Witcher.
Oh, God. Okay. So, our next... Oh, wait, gotta remind Japan not to touch America's boats with the sun drops.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Dude, it said that, like, that it's common for them, like, during construction projects across the country to just unearth unexploded bombs. Like, dude. Like... Like, that's a whole other level of hazard pay right there, if you're a construction worker in Japan. Oh, man. Okay.
Regular reminder.
Yeah. Okay. To preface, we're going to talk next at length about Hurricane Helene. Helene, I think. Is how it's pronounced. Now...
I think it's Helene.
Helene? Got that E
Yeah.
on the end. I don't know how to deal with that extra E in chat. Throwing me off. Now, this we are going to get a little bit political here because there's no way to avoid it. But and normally I wouldn't talk.
Not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. Not a big fan of the government. 30, 30, 30.
Yeah, and the main reason that we're going to be covering this at length is because there's 2 and in the future 3 members of the collective who are directly affected, not necessarily by this event, but by similar events, including Rosa here.
I
So-
live in Yule, Florida. We
Yeah.
have hurricanes all the time.
Yep. And yeah, I guess what we're gonna do is I'm gonna basically go over some articles that just kind of describe the hurricane itself, and then I'm gonna transition over to a video that Brett Cooper did, kind of summarizing the response and the aftermath. And I'm gonna pause at certain points during that video to kind of go into like an article about like a little bullet point that she lists off or something like that. And we're just gonna kind of go off of tangents that way throughout the video. So this is going to be a little bit of a long one, but I think it's important because this thing caused... It's the worst natural disaster since Katrina. Easily. It is a huge, devastating thing that affects a lot of us right here in America. So let's go ahead and get into it. So first I'm going to just get into the photo gallery of what things look like across southeastern United States. Tangled piles of nail spike lumber and displaced boats litter the streets. I'm not actually going to get into this. The pictures say, pictures are worth 1,000 words. So, extreme swath of destruction was stretched across Florida, Georgia, and much of the southeastern U.S. on Friday. It got all the way up to like eastern Tennessee. Like that's how far this thing traveled inland. Leaving at least 40 people dead. Now, this is an older article. That number is over 200 now. There have been confirmed over 200 deaths as of this point.
Jesus.
Helene was the 8th named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season, which began June 1st. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has predicted an above-average season this year because of record warm ocean temperatures. It's always global warming, whatever. The Cat 4 hurricane had maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour and made landfall late Thursday, where Florida's Panhandle and Peninsula meet, a rural region home to fishing villages and vacation hideaways. So, see this. Workers cleared debris in an aftermath of Hurricane Helene. This is in Cedar Key, which is, I guess, one of the keys south of Miami.
Yeah, that's south.
It's one of the last keys.
State County.
These houses don't look too bad, but who knows what they look like
it's one of those
inside.
things where it's like, that's true. But here's the thing, right? So a lot of the, you have to remember, a lot of the stuff in Florida, a lot of our stuff is made specifically to withstand this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so typically what gets knocked over are places are maybe built more recent, not as sturdy, not up to the same old codes. A lot of the older buildings you'll find are actually the ones that are sturdier, because back in the day they just made shit fucking Tonka tough.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays I feel with a lot of construction, a lot of places are like, oh, we'll just make it something light, so if it does, fall apart, we'll just reconstruct it, kind of like the Japanese mentality,
Mm-hmm.
right? Of building, and so some places will do that.
Yeah, the Japanese thing is just we just tear it down and build new. That's
pretty much.
Yeah.
And so it's just which I get,
Mm-hmm.
I get it, but at the same time, it's there's I've had when I was a kid, I can't remember how old I was, but I remember I vividly remember a hurricane passing right over us. And the reason I remember this, because I remember when we were in the eye, there was an hour or so of just calm.
Mm-hmm.
Not an hour, half an hour, 40 minutes of just calm, during which my aunt actually rushed over from her house to our house. Because my grandma needed medication and stuff and additional help and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that in our house was just generally safer. It's just, again, our house, it's
older.
concrete,
Yeah.
right? It's fucking concrete. It's an older house, it's concrete.
Concrete and brick and masonry, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's just this house is fucking going anywhere, right? And even then, that hurricane knocked out a portion of our roof. We had a hole in our roof. And we had major leaking, my mom's bathroom. Because again, there's sections of the house where it's just it was moldy, right? And a house does wear and tear, right? So you do have to maintain it.
Yeah.
But the house stands. The house stands.
Mm-hmm.
With no issues whatsoever, right? And so I remember looking around and just looking up, and the sky is completely clear, but still seeing off in the distance in any direction. There's just super stormy.
Because you're in the middle of the eye.
We're literally in the center of the storm, right? And again, this thing passed overhead. It just passed by. It was I remember there was at any point it's hard to sleep because all you can hear is howling wind.
Yeah.
And I remember trying to peek out through the little slits between the wooden boards we had covering windows and stuff. And it's just all you can see is just gray movement and wind. Right? It's so fucking windy, and it's just dust just everywhere and water, right?
Yeah.
So I know what it's like to go through
really,
through a hurricane.
really big hurricanes, and yeah.
Yeah, right. And it's just, again, I genuinely think that methodology of just make it sturdy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's yes, you can rebuild and stuff, right? And I guess this maybe makes more sense for stuff and we don't really deal with what do you call it? With earthquakes, right?
See what's sturdy here. This is the stairs and what's left of the porch, and then I think these are anti-flooding posts, so the house is built on top of these posts, and floodwaters.
Because that's on a beach.
Yeah, well,
that's a beach house.
Mm-hmm.
When the tide is high or it's flooding or whatever, all the water runs underneath the house, right? But obviously the rest of it's just wood, so it just got fucking just uprooted, gone. Yeah. Torn to shit. And so, I was gonna say I guess it makes sense, right? In Japan they deal with a lot of earthquakes, and your best bet for an earthquake is to not be indoors.
Yeah, be outside.
It doesn't care what the fuck your house is made of.
I learned in school when I was going to school to be a geologist, they taught us that earthquakes don't kill people, buildings do.
Yeah.
So that's like the mantra of
So,
being safe in an earthquake.
yeah, I guess following that mentality, having like a lighter material house, right? Made from like softer materials, maybe is like logical, you know? Something that will like just break apart, but like you'll be okay. You know? Rather than like, again, something sturdier that it will just crush you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're probably still gonna get crushed anyway, right? Like enough like, you know, wood and stuff from like building a house, right? Enough of those fucking materials fall on you, you're still fucked. But like, you're less likely to get crushed to death, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, you know?
Yeah.
So I guess that makes sense, but like, a lot of like our construction down here in like southern Florida and like near the coast and stuff is typically made to last, right? A lot of it is like a lot of it's concrete, simple as. A lot of it's concrete. A lot of I don't know so much about bricks, right? But like typically what we do is that the way that like houses here are made is they'll typically have we'll make it in sections, right? So like kind of like how you would lay bricks and stuff. Except instead it's more like you're building basically like a frame for your concrete to stick to, and then you add like a mesh to hold the concrete. Because concrete's like thick.
Yeah.
So it won't like come out of the mesh. You're basically you're making essentially like a wall of like thin rebar, basically. And that's what like a lot of like the walls in my house that were like made after we bought this house, and like dad like was basically like renovating it and shit. That's what a lot of the houses like a lot of like our walls are made like inside the house, and the outside walls are just fucking hard. It's just
yeah.
That's me knocking my fingers.
Because that's the thing. It's not just the wind and the water. It's the shit in the wind. Like all of this shit gets lifted up and travels
all
with
that shit
the wind.
Gets launched.
It gets launched at 100+ miles per hour into your walls.
Yep, that's why you board windows.
Yeah. So
that's why like you for sure board windows. Now that there's like a big thing with like impact windows that a lot of people get. Like I know that's like my dad has at his place. I don't think we have impact windows at my place.
I'm just like looking at this house. I'm just like, this house looks like it's intact, but I bet that if you walked inside this house and you see the damage on the inside.
I mean, that's broken glass.
Yeah. So
that glass looks fucked. That window looks like shuttered. Like the wood on it was like shut off.
The interior of this house they're probably thinking like, you know what? Yeah, it's still standing, but what's the point? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I mean, look at this shed. How is this shed still standing? You know?
Yeah.
God. You have...
Someone's knocking on my door very aggressively. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. But I guess this is like a parked boat because they're just expecting the water to just lift it up. Or maybe it was set down there. I don't know. A boat rests on a street after being relocated during flooding. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it was lifted up and then it moved. And then it got set back down by the water. That's in Hudson, Florida. Here's an aerial. So you see, there's Louisiana. And you could barely make out the outline of Florida down here. So it made...
Maybe some fruits.
Oh, okay. It made landfall, like, right in, like, the armpit, right in the bend of Florida. You were down here just kind of chilling in the rain, right?
Yeah, we got, like, light showers. It was, like, windy. We got, like, light showers, but, like, we were chilling.
Yeah, just, jeez. Look at this. So you can get an idea. This is what? Thigh-high water here? That's
that's another thing as well. So we have, like, you know, I don't know English. I don't know what the fuck you call them, but you know, like, in It, right, where like the cloud like lures little Georgie.
Yeah.
And he's like in like the sewers, and he's like in like you can see him through like a little slit.
Yeah.
We have lots of those just all over the place.
Yeah, they're storm drains.
Yeah, storm drains. We have tons of those. Our roads are made so that they're actually they're more elevated in the center.
So the water goes left or right off the center of the road.
Yeah, left or right off the center of the road.
That's how they're built normally.
And then it elevates again, in the like when you're going up into like the sidewalk. And then when you're going into people's homes, typically there'll be a step or two before you actually get to the door.
Yeah.
So you have a decent amount of clearance before the water is going up into your house.
Yeah, they kind of.
I've never ever seen water go up into my house ever. Like even during like bad storms, at worst it'll end up on my porch, but it will not go. It will not be elevated enough to reach my house.
Right. Yeah, because they kind of plan it for like what is like the 50-year flood level, essentially.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Like, so they'll mitigate it to be able to handle everything up to that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So it's just like everything's kind of built. Like you have to remember, like Florida's very like it's a very flat state. We're at sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So a lot of things are typically built on like a slight elevation where like you I don't know how they do. I don't know if they bring in like more dirt and stuff to like kind of raise the ground. I don't know, but all the houses are typically built slightly more elevated than the road.
Oh yeah, they literally will
Like,
pile.
by a
They
decent
will
bit.
pile on
Yeah.
packed soil.
Yeah.
To build on,
I'm
absolutely.
locking my door again. I'll be right back.
These two were saved, by the way. This helicopter got this man and his dog. Poor pup, poor guy, poor both of them. But they got rescued. That's good. You see this? They're just trudging through knee high here. Where is this?
Knee high is fucking crazy.
Crystal. This is in Crystal
Jesus
River.
Christ.
You know where Crystal River, Florida is?
No.
Well, that's where this is. I don't know where that is, but
The only Crystal River I know is in Cuba.
people and pets are rescued from flooding neighborhoods in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. This is also Crystal River. They got their
Near
airboats.
Tampa, it looks like, because they're how about in Santa Bay, in Tampa Bay.
I assume that they're somewhere on the Gulf side, because Tampa got There's like a lot of stuff out of St. Petersburg of mass destruction as well. Wow, her name is Lucky, Clarissa Lucky. DeSoto Park, Florida, in Tampa. Okay, this is all part of Tampa. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a smaller city north of Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
Looks
Airboat. These are the same kind of pictures as before. Wow, that's a very symbolic picture. Jeez.
Man.
Shore Acres neighborhood, St. Petersburg. You see that's at least as deep for the entire length of the flag to like float down.
Yeah.
It's more than that. So that's fucking deep. That's probably what, knee high on a truck like that?
Oh yeah. About.
Kayaks in the street. Does everybody in Florida just like own like at least like a kayak?
If you live near the coast, maybe.
I feel like, because I'm moving to the Orlando area, and I feel like I'm just gonna have like a boat just kind of dry docked in my backyard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like
Well, if you move to Orlando, you're like center of the
it's probably the safest place to be in Florida.
the state. Yeah.
Ches what is seen at, that's the name of the business, Ches what. Okay. Valdosta, Georgia. So we're going north now. We're in Georgia. Jeez, this is in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's so much swampier. If you
God.
if you look up, if you look up for Florida being a swamp, it's like God, that is because it's just not as much dirt. It's a lot of like the dirt here is like it's like a sand.
Mm-hmm.
It's not actually like
This
earth,
is very
right?
murky water here.
Yeah, that's very murky because it's actual soil. It's earth. Like a lot of the dirt here, it's not even actual dirt. It's like a brown sand.
Yeah, because it's been
and it just
filtered
kinda
out
sinks.
over time into into basically a giant sandbar. I mean, that's what that.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at like all the Bahamas islands and stuff like that. Like Nassau and stuff like Nassau. I don't know how to say that, but like they're all these shallow carbonate shelves, and what gets exposed on the surface is basically just like a sandy outcrop, and that's what literally makes up like all of the Bahamas.
Yeah.
So, like you could see it in aerial maps, like the shallow shelf system of the Bahamas. It's actually really cool. Like this road just drowned. This guy's sitting here like, huh.
Huh.
Like, this is in Pace's neighborhood in Atlanta. Jeez, these are just, again, the pillars are there.
Yep.
But the buildings are just gone. Because that's the risk. That's the other risk when you have these structures built on these pillars. When you allow like the air to flow rapidly underneath,
Yep.
you create the condition.
The whole house getting torn up
Yep.
from the bottom
Yeah.
up.
I mean, this is how tornadoes lift things up and take them away. So this is why like race cars, like in high performance cars, have like they have paneling.
They're super low to the ground.
Yeah, they have like very, very, very low clearance to the road, and they have paneling on the underside to like basically flatten it out, so that wind can't get underneath it and produce turbulence underneath it, because it'll literally lift the car off the road and make it crash. That's also why they have the foil on the back of the car. They have that wing on the back of the car, literally so that the air hitting it pushes the car down to keep the tires on the ground.
Yeah.
Torrential rain from Hurricane Helene has caused lake levels to rise on Lake James. Jeez, look at that. That's chest high, if not higher. And the boats are just they're just up. They're fine. Because this is a floating dock, right? So the dock just goes up and down with the water. They do that for tides.
Yep.
Now we're all the way up in North Carolina. So this is Morganton, North Carolina.
These people are not used to getting hurricanes.
Yeah, these people, they don't have, number one, they're not acclimated to it, and they don't have the infrastructure to deal with it that like Florida does. And we'll get with that later on in this segment. But this guy, I mean, look, his fridge was knocked over, and this was a center island. Obviously, it was lifted up by the water and gets kind of floated to another location and set back down. Just,
that wood is all fucked.
Yeah.
That wood flooring is fucked.
There's a reason that, like, Florida houses all have, like, tile. They have tile flooring.
Yep.
At least on the lower levels, they all have tile. Because that's, like, the one thing that's waterproof.
Yep. My floor is entirely tile for the entire house.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, again, it's like we have all these measures for it to not get to that point. But if it does ever get to that point, that water isn't going to, like, damage anything.
You want it to be minute, because you can replace the walls relatively easily. You know, you can crowbar off the walls, pull out the insulation, clean up the mold and the water damage inside. Then you just add insulation, tack back on the new walls. You know, seal up the seams, texture of paint, done. You know, you can do that, but flooring is much more difficult, and it's a lot more expensive. Walls are cheap, floors are not. And this is back to Florida. This is back in St. Petersburg. So what? Well, that's on him, kinda.
Not everyone's smart.
You shouldn't have that kind of flooring if you're in Florida.
I mean, to be fair, where's St. Petersburg?
St. Petersburg is like South Tampa.
Brother, what are you doing?
Yeah. Ran to the home during the flood of Hurricane Helene in the Shores neighborhood. And this is also St. Petersburg. So look, that's all that's left. So the whole roof got torn. There's nothing left here. Just tear this down and rebuild from scratch. Of course, this little decorative wall remained.
Yeah, decorative wall remained. It seems like a lot of like the brick paneling, like parts of the wall.
See all this debris here.
Some houses do that. They'll have like some brick for like decor. Like again, most of my house is concrete. We do have some sections that are brick. They're just really just there for like decor.
Yeah. Well, we got. This is, again, it's not that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. And in this case, a big-ass fucking tree that just crushed this house. We used to have a coconut tree in front of my house. This is an old house, too. Look at the paneling. Yeah, this is an old house.
After that big hurricane, we actually got rid of the tree. Because we were like, we weren't even worried about the coconuts hitting our house or anything like that. We were just worried about the coconuts hitting cars, or specifically the neighbor's car, because the tree kind of hung over to their side a little bit. Because it was one tree that's split into two, if that makes any sense. Like, it's one trunk at the bottom.
Yeah, but it has like two big.
And then
Yeah.
and then, no, it then splits into two trunks. There's a little twin tree. So it's like two different palm trees.
Okay.
Like coconut trees, coming from one stem, like from one trunk, and it was just massive. And so we got rid of it, and we haven't had a bad hurricane since.
This is Atlanta. So you can see here where it is on the tire of this car. This is probably knee, maybe thigh high. Ankle deep, obviously. They got their kayaks. That's good. But look at this. This thing is built right on the ground.
Yeah.
This is in Crystal River. This is back in Florida.
Wait, go back up to it again. I think it's built right above the ground. That's not getting into the house.
Oh yeah, there is a little bit of a clearance there, isn't there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh god, look at this. This guy's house is just completely gutted. He's got furniture falling through the ceiling.
I don't know why the people that live
This is Charlotte, North Carolina.
On the Gulf Coast, like, a lot of them will have houses that are like that. They're built like oh, like the house made of wood, and like it's like blah blah blah. It's like they'll have like the like mesh for like mosquitoes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like it's like kind of like more rural area because like it's not as like city.
Yeah.
Like it's not as developed, right? It's like Miami, but like Tampa, the Naples, like those areas. But at the same time, it's like, brother, you're still very close to the fucking coast. Yeah, it's the Gulf Coast, and like I know for a long time, a lot of the hurricanes have been on the Atlantic side rather than like the Gulf side.
Mm-hmm.
But like you'd think like the last like recent years, where it's almost exclusively been
Gulf side.
Gulf Coast.
Well, it makes sense
Like,
that the Gulf would be the worst of them because they have longer to travel, so they have more time to develop into worse storms before they make landfall. So.
Yeah,
I think
it's
historically, Gulf side hurricanes have been worse.
Less frequent.
But they're less frequent, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you say like that in Miami. If it's not a Cat 5, you don't give a shit.
Yeah.
This looks like a little boutique store. That's in I thought it's a Gulfport. It's like, man, you should move there. Gulfport, Florida. So... yeah, that's another shop or something gutted here.
Yep.
That's in Cedar Key. That's down south of you then, if it's the Key.
Yeah.
Karen Hearn service damage Swami Spirits in Cedar Key. The biggest businesses. So that's the last of the gallery that I have.
Yes. Where is your fucking fake? We go back to that picture, that last picture. The fucking fake brick.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's called brick
It's being pulled off the fucking.
Yeah, it's not even like brick veneer. It's just like it looks like. Wait a minute, it looks like brick veneer though. I don't know what's going on here. Is it just like a? I don't know what, because it looks like there's some like
whatever it is
behind it.
It's like, yeah, it does look like that, but it's also like just pulling off if you look over on the right.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This is weird. I don't know. Either way, that shore is fucked. Let's actually talk about this thing. So Hurricane Helene, by the numbers, catastrophic destruction covers 400 miles, and the death toll is up over 220 now. And that's as of October 4th. After making landfall in Florida's Big Bend region as a major Category 4 hurricane last month, Helene has caused catastrophic storm surge, wind damage, and inland flooding across a wide swath of the south. So we have even more photos here. You can see how like it destroyed these roads.
Yeah.
Just strongest hurricane to make landfall in the Big Bend region on record. Making landfall near Perry, Florida, the night of September 26th, as a Cat 4 storm with 140 mile per hour winds. God, dude, it's this kind of shit. It's like the thumb of God, you know? Like when you like witness this kind of shit, you're just like, It does kind of. It is kind of those like this like the kind of forces that you would think like only a celestial being could produce. You know. Helene left a widespread path of destruction across the southeast from Florida's Big Bend to Asheville, North Carolina, nearly 400 miles from where the storm made landfall. 220 have died so far. At least 222 people have been killed by Helene, the Associated Press reported Friday, making it the deadliest mainland hurricane since Katrina in 2005. At least 72 people are dead in hard-hit Buncombe County, North Carolina, which encompasses Asheville. Hundreds were reported missing in the county amid widespread power and cell phone outages. The Asheville Police Department said Friday that out of approximately 350 missing persons reported, 270 have been located and reunited with their families. Well, that's good. And they are actively working on 75 missing persons cases amid ongoing search and rescue operations. I'm actually surprised they were able to find that many. That's good.
I think it was Hurricane Wilma that knocked out my fucking my roof. I think it was 2005. I'm not sure.
In Rutherford County, North Carolina, more than 800 people were confirmed safe, with 71 welfare checks still in... Wait, what? Oh, welfare check. Okay. I thought that was like the like the welfare system checks. I was like, what? Still under investigation. County officials said Friday. There have been 36 confirmed fatalities in South Carolina. Governor Henry McMaster said Tuesday. In Georgia, there have been at least 33 confirmed fatalities, Governor Brian Kemp said Thursday. So that's the governor of Alabama. Or no, Georgia. That's Georgia governor. Fatalities have also been reported in Florida, Tennessee. Fucking Tennessee! This hurricane made it all the way to Tennessee with enough destructive power to kill some people. Still. That is fucking insane. You know what this realized? If the eye of the storm makes it over Tennessee, that means that, like, Quebec, Canada is experiencing rain from, like, the tail ends of the edge of the hurricane. That's how far this fucking thing goes.
That's crazy.
That's fucking crazy. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said Thursday it had received more than 500 calls regarding missing persons, with about 27 still active leads. More than 30 inches of rain. So that's what, 2.5 feet? Helene, in a separate system earlier in this week, dumped more than 30 inches of rain in North Carolina and produced the biggest local flooding in recorded history. Yeah, I can believe that. The flooding in western North Carolina surpassed records that stood for more than a century. The French Broad River in Asheville peaked at 24.67 feet, breaking the previous record of 23.1 feet from July 1916. Elsewhere, Georgia saw a historic 11 inches of rainfall from the combination of Hurricane Helene and a storm earlier in the week. So here's just that's just summarizing. Over 15-foot storm surges in parts of Florida, and over 20 reported tornadoes in 5 states. Okay, 15-foot storm surge. The storm surge was more than 15 feet above ground level in parts of Florida, including Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee, both in Taylor County, and Horseshoe Beach in Dixie County. Record storm surge also hit the Tampa Bay area with 7.2 feet reported. That's almost a foot taller than I am. God. In Tampa East Bay, beating a record of 4.56 feet set in 2023. So the record was set in 2023, and then 1 year later, the record was almost doubled. That's fucking crazy. There are more than 20 reported tornadoes across 5 states: Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia amid the storm. In Rocky Mountain, North Carolina, 15 people were injured, including 4 seriously after a tornado tore through the city on September 27th. 400 roads closed in 1 state. In North Carolina, extreme floods washed away homes and bridges. At one point, authorities closed 400 roads, deeming them unsafe for travel. So this is like the announcement on Twitter. All roads in western North Carolina should be considered closed. Just all roads in the west half of the state are closed. That's fucking insane. I-40 and I-26 are impassable in multiple locations. Travel in this area for non-emergency purposes is hindering needed emergency response. As of Monday, travel in Western North Carolina should only be for emergencies, as hundreds of Helene-related road issues persisted. In Florida, emergency responders had to bulldoze 4 to 5 feet of sand off roads in the wake of Helene. 4 to 5 feet of sand. Governor Ron DeSantis said Monday while updating that all state roads were expected to have reopened by the end of the day. See, that's fucking... We're going to get to this, but Florida has its shit together when it comes to this stuff. Like, even, like, on a magnitude, like, of this scale, they have shit, like, figured out. 4 million customers lost power. More than 4 million customers lost power across the South on September 27th in the wake of Helene. Hundreds of thousands of customers in the South were still without power on Friday, over a week since Hurricane Helene made landfall. Then, last but not least, thousands of successful rescue missions were reported in Florida, DeSantis said Monday. In North Carolina, more than 200 people had been rescued from floodwaters amid Helene. Governor Roy Cooper said on September 28th, over 150 rescues were performed in Buncombe County alone. In Tennessee's Unicoi County, 54 patients and staff were rescued by a helicopter on September 27th after getting trapped on the roof of a hospital amid swiftly rising floodwaters. That's in Tennessee. This thing was so big all the way to Tennessee that it forced like a bunch of patients and hospital staff onto a roof to be rescued by helicopter. That's it. Yeah, this is next level chaos and destruction. I know a lot of people weren't given evacuation notices in the last minute or given any notice at all. I know there were some places where people asked if they should evacuate and they were told not to worry. Yeah, there was a business that it had like workers in it and it was getting flooded and they were like trying to leave, but the business like didn't clear them to leave. Like they had to get permission or whatever from like the rescue ops, and so that like they were delayed and the flood ended up like washing away like a dozen of them and killing 3 of them or some shit like that. Okay. And then I want to get a little bit further into Asheville as well. So, several conditions in the region, including a precursor rain event and the topography of the land, gave rise to deadly flash flooding. So this is like what caused Asheville to like particularly get the worst of it, despite being 400 miles inland. So Hurricane Helene barreled into Florida's Big Bend on September 26th. The Cat 4, we read that. 140 mile per hour winds, 15-foot storm surges. Let's see. Tracked north, causing reported tornadoes in 5 states and dumping over 30 inches of rain in parts of North Carolina over the span of a few days. When large hurricanes form in the Gulf, they tend to cause a precursor rain event farther inland as the system's large rain shield. Let's see. A solid or nearly solid area of rain that typically becomes heavier as one approaches the eye. Interacts with a cold front at Art De Gaetano, director of the NOAA Northeast Regional Climate Center at Cornell University, told ABC News. The Asheville region had already received a deluge of rain the days leading up to Helene, with more than a foot of rainfall in some spots. So basically, by the time like the main deluge of the storm hit, their storm mitigation system, the storm drains, all that kind of the flash flooding kind of infrastructure mitigation,
they're already full.
Was already full. So all of that deluge had like nowhere to go but up. The soil was saturated, and rivers and streams filled to the brim by the time Helene, the real whammy, passed over the area. Once the French Broad River, which flows through Asheville and its subsidiaries, overflowed, the water rushed into nearby neighborhoods within minutes. Jesus.
Yeah.
While the phenomenon does not happen often, it has happened before in the region. A similar event occurred in Asheville in what is known as the Great Flood of 1916, in which 80 people died. The sheet size of the storm system allowed areas to get hit with rain earlier and longer. Marshall Shepard, director of the Atmospheric Sciences program at the University of Georgia and former president of the American Meteorological Society, told ABC News. The mountainous topography of the region also played a major role in the flooding. Yeah, because they act like a bowl. They literally just they turn the city into a basin, basically, just a bowl to fill with water. Orographic lifting, a process that occurs when hills or mountains force air to rise and cool, caused water vapor to condense and additional precipitation to form as it combined with Helene's tropical system. Isn't that how I think that's how like a rain shadow works. Like when a cloud hits a mountain, in order for that air system to move, it has to shed its water, because the water is like heavy inside the system.
Yeah.
So it
just drops on the set.
Yeah, that's basically what's happening here. That heavy moisture would then squeeze out of the atmosphere and dumped over the Asheville region in a short amount of time. Typically funneled into valleys, rivers, and streams. That's where we see this extreme flooding in those types of places. Climate change also likely played a major role. The storm behavior displayed by Helene to the warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico helped the storm absorb even more moisture and intensify as it neared the coast. The increased water vapor storage fueled the heavy precipitation experienced along Helene's track. Sort of had this.
The Gulf has always been warm, though. That's not a new thing.
Yeah, that's not a new thing.
When they're like, oh yeah, and then the global warming, it's like, motherfucker, it's always been warm there. Always been warm there. We've always had storms there. These storms are not like this is not as bad as Andrew. Relax.
It's a fucking tropical latitude. I mean, come on.
Oh my god, dude. The world is so warm that we got a category 4, as if that's fucking never happened.
So that's why Asheville got hit particularly hard. So that's the hurricane and the absolute devastation that it caused, basically. That's the preamble to this segment of the podcast. The majority of the podcast is going to be, well, maybe not all of this, but this is going to be...
I've never seen some Katrina. Hard to believe anything could be worse than that. Well, the thing with Katrina is that it passed over Miami. And it went into the Gulf, and then it became stronger again in the Gulf.
The problem with Katrina
swung up and fucking smacked Louisiana.
Yeah, the problem with Louisiana and New Orleans, and specifically, is that New Orleans is literally built below sea level.
Yeah.
The fact that New Orleans exists is a mesmerizing example of human stupidity. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's build a major city below sea level, right next to the ocean.
Yeah.
And so the hurricane hit, and all the levees broke, and the city just got flooded by the ocean. That's what happened in Katrina. That's why it was such a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
Honestly, God, like, fucking New Orleans shouldn't exist. It shouldn't. It should be.
Yeah.
Like
my dad still talks about Andrew sometimes. Like whenever hurricanes come out, he's like, yeah.
It's not Andrew.
Ain't gonna beat Andrew.
Ain't gonna beat Andrew.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Andrew was like, it was like that 50 or even like 100-year hurricane event.
My mom still talks about fucking Andrew because she was in Cuba when it happened, and Cuba also got fucking like hit by that. Not directly, but the winds of it. The thing is, here's the thing, right? Like the path where the storm actually travels, yeah, it sucks, but not for as long as if you're right next to that path.
Yeah, because
it's the area that's directly around the eye that is the worst.
Yep. Like, ideally...
Because if the eye crosses over you, you're going to have it bad for, like, a few hours.
And
then it'll be fine, and it'll be bad again for a few hours, and then it's gone. But if it's passing by you, it's bad for the entirety of it.
Yep.
And it's just barreling you with fucking water.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And that's happened to Cuba, I'm pretty sure, from Andrew.
Okay, so, we've gotten, like, the hurricane details out of the way. Now we're going to get into the frustrating part, which is the response. And thank God, I was trying to gather stuff on this, and there's just so much out there that I kind of got desperate, and luckily I found a video. I was like, any video out there that goes into, like, summarizes the state of the response. And I got lucky and found one. So thank you to Brett Cooper. We look forward to watching the Snow White movie next year. Did you know about that?
Yippee! No.
So you know, like the Rachel Zegler Disney Snow White remake with the horrific-looking dwarves that's coming out next year? Well, Daily Wire is making a Snow White movie, too, that's going to release, like, pretty much at the same time, and it's going to star her.
Huh.
So she's, like, a contributor to the Daily Wire, but she actually has, like, a background in acting and stage acting and stuff like that. So they're like...
Yippee!
Yeah, so... but anyway, let me make sure that the audience can hear this. Switch the browser audio over. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm gonna play like 5 seconds of this, and I want chat to confirm that they can hear this.
So as I'm sure many of you have seen by now and possibly have been impacted by Hurricane...
Can you hear that, chat? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. Okay, so, yeah, we're gonna get into this. We're just gonna... I know that this is a 60-minute video. I'm gonna pause it at certain points and kind of give a little bit more details on things that she brings up. But I think it's a long video. This is gonna take a little bit of time, but I think it's worth going through the whole thing. Do our due diligence, as one might say.
Hurricane Helene hit the U.S. this weekend and absolutely decimated the Southeast. And obviously, all eyes were on Florida as it started to come in because that is usually where hurricanes hit in the U.S., but it did not stop there. It made its way up through Appalachia into the Blue Ridge Mountains, and it caused an unprecedented, heartbreaking disaster. Like, truly, have never seen anything like this in the United States. And per usual,
Pause.
our government is no...
Appalachia?
You know what Appalachia is?
No.
You know the Appalachian Mountains?
Yeah.
That's Appalachia.
Oh. Why didn't you say Appalachia?
It might be a regional pronunciation. I'm not sure.
Why isn't it Appalachia?
I don't know.
I figured it was the mountains, but I just wanted clarification. I've never heard Appalachia in my life. Sorry, go on.
Okay.
no help. So this is everything you need to know about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Before we dive into this story, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the comment section channel if you've not already, and of course, hit that notification bell to stay up to date on all of our episodes. So Hurricane Helene first hit Florida on September 26th, so that was last Thursday, and by Friday, it was already hitting states like Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, and North Carolina. But the news did not travel fast enough. People in these communities knew that they were in the path of Hurricane Helene, but, they live in the mountains. They thought that it would be heavy rains and winds, but that's all. Obviously, it was not. In some areas, they received as much as 30 inches of rain, and the French Broad River that spans from Tennessee to North Carolina and feeds into the Tennessee River flooded to literally never seen before heights. It hit almost 25 feet. That has never happened before. The closest flood that could almost reach that was back in 1916, which was a completely different situation. Again, this was absolutely unprecedented. Towns outside of Knoxville in East Tennessee through Asheville, North Carolina, and Boone and Chimney Rock, North Carolina were completely flooded. Guys, we're gonna put videos up here, but full downtowns submerged underwater. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Asheville, North Carolina. I spent a lot of my childhood there. My dad's family is all from North Carolina. This is a beloved town, literally multi-story buildings completely covered in water. Roads were washed away, leaving so many communities and neighborhoods just trapped in their homes. They literally still cannot get out because of how many roads are completely gone. And Asheville has definitely gotten the most attention because it is probably the most notable town in this region. But this destruction is also in Georgia and in Virginia and South Carolina and tiny little mountain towns outside of Asheville that nobody is talking about. And the majority of these communities are incredibly impoverished. This is Appalachia. This is coal miner country. These are not preppers. Many of them do not have sturdy homes. They don't even have insurance. And of course, they don't have flooding or hurricane insurance. And our government.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like,
yeah,
so homeowners insurance policies don't come with flooding insurance. You have to get flooding. You have to what are called riders. So a rider is like an optional add-on to an insurance policy, and typically the only thing that a insurance policy will cover by default is like a sewer flooding. So like if you have like a main line that backs up and it kind of floods like the basement of your house or something like that, then that can get covered. But other than that, anything caused by like natural disasters and stuff like that isn't covered without a rider, which is you have to pay extra to get that coverage. So if it's not a normal thing in your area, you're not going to buy it.
You're not going to get that.
You're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So pretty much nobody in these communities has insurance to cover this.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like there's just no reason why they would. You know, it's like
yeah, that's
they're
true.
not in areas where you would ever expect this.
Viking
Ever.
it says that the insurance companies call it acts of God, which is true. They actually in the policies they call them acts of God. It's basic, which just mean natural disasters. Is what that means.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
I know, right?
We do not
It's
cover
failing
acts of God. If God said you had to die, you gonna die. If God said
As I'm
let
doing
there
this
be
episode,
rain,
I want
there
to
will be
try
rain.
and not
And that'll be your
politicize this
problem.
as much as possible because I really don't think that helps anyone right now, and I often think that it just makes tragedies worse. But the main thing that I hope you take away from this entire story and what we're about to talk about next is that the government is not here to save you. They never will, and that is not a left or a right issue. The government, as it is set up now, will not be the most effective or efficient way to save lives or provide assistance in natural disasters, etc., especially today, when it seems like American citizens are our government's very last priority. Now, who will actually help Americans in crisis are private entities, private organizations, companies, volunteers, neighbors, and friends who quickly mobilize, and they have certainly, in this case, hit the ground a lot faster than our government. Because within 24 hours, Samaritan's Purse, who is a well-known Christian relief organization who is actually based in Boone, North Carolina, I believe, so this hit very close to home, was set up throughout the area. Just listen to this.
Hi, I'm Edward Graham with Samaritan's Purse, and right now I'm in the parking lot of my home church, Alliance Bible Fellowship in Boone, North Carolina. And the high country of North Carolina has just been decimated by this recent hurricane. Worst flooding I've ever seen in the 45 years of my life. A lot of damaged homes. People have lost their lives here in this community. But Samaritan's Purse is responding. We're sending equipment up here, and volunteers will be going out this Monday, starting to help in this community.
And again, they moved
This is Samaritan's Purse, by the way. So, I also have to say that he said like flash flooding. That's the only love. That's the kind of flooding that these communities are like. Mountain towns do have flash flooding issues because you get the water and the rain, and then mountains are steep and they have narrow river valleys, so the water comes in fast and deep, basically. But there's typically not like a ludicrous amount of it. But because it's so fast, it can't dissipate fast enough to like keep up with it. So that's where you get flash flooding. Like I grew up in Las Vegas in a desert, and Las Vegas had issues with flash flooding. Like you remember you saying how like there's all these storm drains and how the roads are built like peaks, right?
Yeah.
It's the same way in Las Vegas in the middle of the fucking desert. Because flash flooding is such an issue. And that's the kind of flooding that these communities are built to withstand. They're not built to withstand the kind of deluge you get from a hurricane. It's a completely different beast that they're just not prepared for. But a few people who have shown zero sympathy because the places that were super red states. Yeah, I've seen that. And
Yeah, those people should commit suicide.
And not just that, but you want to know. Well, we'll get to this too, but I guarantee you that there are people who typically vote blue who are going to vote red because of this event.
Oh yeah.
Guarantee it, because this is the thing. In these kinds of mountain towns and stuff like this that are a bit like
Nothing says we're the good guys. Like, I don't care that you suffered a natural disaster. Fuck you. You're voting for Trump.
Well,
Nothing says
Trump. Since he first announced his candidacy way back in 2015, up until now, Trump has represented the ultimate middle finger, basically. That's what he is. He's a symbolic middle finger to the establishment. There are so many people that are either typically Democrat voters or just non-voters who basically follow the mantra "fuck it, I'm voting for Trump." That is such a common thing. I mean, look at the four main people in.
I normally don't vote. Like I very rarely have interest in a candidate, and I was interested in Trump the first time around. But like the more I've like kind of like looked into like his like policies and his thoughts and stuff, I probably will.
Mm-hmm.
I might.
You might, yeah. And that's the thing. There's a ton of people like that. There's a fuck ton of people like that. But oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. What was my train of thought? Where did I leave off? Oh, damn, I'm having an old man moment. Fuck. Whatever. This is Samaritan's Purse. So they are. Let's see. The Christian nonprofit organization has deployed physical and spiritual aid to people in need around the world since 1970. The big portion of their ministry revolves around helping victims of wildfires, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, and other natural disasters. The organization found itself in an entirely new situation when hurricane struck the southeast last Thursday and Friday. They forgot to put the name of it in. I guess put hurricane.
That confused me as well.
Part of Hurricane Helene's path of destruction went straight through Boone, which is the tiny North Carolina town where the Samaritan's Purse headquarters are located. So this hit them right in their backyard. Remember, we headed out to places, and now we're experiencing having a disaster right in our backyard. Our own staff has been impacted, our own facilities, so it's hit home on the numerous levels. We're feeling that, but remaining committed to the mission to go out and help. Despite the unimaginable destruction, which has included widespread power loss, flooding, and mudslides, damaged homes and businesses, and even a complete loss of access to the outside world due to washed-away roads, Samaritan's Purse sprung to action, deploying disaster relief and group of volunteers in multiple locations across the Southeast. And here's the thing. This is the thing about a lot of organizations like this, these nonprofit disaster relief organizations, is that, yeah, they rely on volunteers, but the leaders of these organizations, they know what the fuck they're doing, because they are almost always like ex-military logistics, or they've run like
they're preppers.
Or they've run like Red Cross operations across the world and stuff like that. Like the people that are in charge of these nonprofits, they know what's up, and they don't have to. They don't have the red tape that the government agencies do.
There's no
which is allowed.
involved.
Which is what. Well, there is a bureaucracy to a degree. You know what I mean? It's an organization. All organizations have some level of
obviously,
but
but it's not the same as like the government. You know?
Exactly. They're allowed to be nimble. They're allowed to be agile and quick responding, and very adaptive as well. And they usually have leadership that knows what the fuck, knows what the hell they're doing. So that's the great thing about the amazing staff we have. They're committed to the mission, and that's to help people who are in need. We have people who still don't have power or running water, or some whose driveways are washed out, but we still have a large response from staff to volunteer to serve the community here in Boone. So you can see here, they're just on point. They're packing it. This is all within the first 24 hours.
They have stuff on pallets to pack and then ship out.
Yeah. And then there's like this right here. This is more Samaritan. See, they have like a network of 18-wheelers to deliver food supplies and stuff like that. So that's Samaritan's Purse. What is this one? Okay, and then let me get back to the video.
Faster than anyone, and they are in multiple states. They have literally made a makeshift hospital. They have volunteers stationed throughout the region. Another organization that responded so fast is Operation Airdrop, a group that was founded after Hurricane Harvey. They helicopter in supplies, and again, within a single day, they had flights coming into some of the most remote areas of the Blue Ridge Mountains in order to bring people food and water. The Cajun Navy does something very similar. They came in from Louisiana to do the same. I mean, people, they have no water. They have no cell service. Their loved ones have no idea if they are even alive unless they have Elon Musk's Starlink. And you might be wondering.
Hey, God, before I get to Starlink, this is Operation Airdrop, which is really freaking cool. So they just have look, there's just a field. There's all these pallets of supplies,
Cat food, diapers.
Yeah, they already know what's up. They have emergency kit pallets.
See orange juice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the orange juices are high in nutrient. They're very nutrient rich.
Yeah.
But they have they're like this is like a smorgasbord of essentials that will keep 2 or 3 people and their dog going for a week. And they efficiently figure that out. They pack them onto pallets, and because that's the thing, is they're flying these on helicopters and stuff. So they have to be conscious of weight limits, right? So they're very, very efficient in like what resources they're sending to what places. So here they're packing it onto one of the helicopters here. So this is like a little prop plane. It looks like.
Yeah. Cold water.
Mm-hmm. This guy's tired. Fucking putting in the work, man. Godspeed. But you see, like this was all organized in less than a day. Like they had all this shit set up. They were just there. Like, come on by. You know, we have all these tents, these essentials. Like, look at all this shit. Like, these people were ready. But here's like a really good. See, they have all these like these little puddle hoppers planes and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
That's so freaking cool. It reminds me of one of the coolest things that I learned about at my old job was I was researching like drone technologies and how it's used in the civil sector. And there's a whole program in like the third world and especially in Africa where they set up like it's a Red Cross program. And what they did is they set up these drone launcher platforms on the top of like hills. Because before, like what would happen is like someone would get hurt in some like village out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and in certain seasons those villages, you know, from where like Red Cross is, like, because Red Cross has to be situated in a place where they can gather and distribute supplies efficiently, right? They have to create these strategic hubs and stuff like that. But these tribes are so damn far away that even with the strategic hubs, whether it's by van or whatever, it'll take several hours to get out to that tribe. And they might have to...
that's used like helicopters.
Yeah, and then, well, they don't even use helicopters either necessarily, because even they can be too slow to go. So what they did is they came up with this drone program. And what it is they have these hills that are like right next to the Red Cross, right? And they attach... They have like a sat phone system that they basically built with all the tribes. So if somebody gets hurt or something happens and something needs emergency medical aid, they can call the Red Cross or whatever, tell them what's wrong, and then they can be like, okay, they need this, this, and this, and this, and that will sustain them until we can get like an actual person out there to really take care of them. And they take X, Y, and Z, and they put it on they put them on this little in this little package, and then they attach the package to this plane. This like a drone that looks like a plane. The plane's like maybe 2 or 3 feet long, and it just and basically it just sits on top of like a catapult, and the catapult you hit a button, and the catapult just flings it into the air, and then the drone gets to the village in like 20 to 30 minutes, and then it literally will just parachute down the supply thing right onto them. And then the kit comes with like a tablet, and they can like video conference, because they'll have what like the local doctor in the tribe can like video conference with like the Red Cross or the hospital, whatever, and they can walk them through like whatever they need to do and get them sustained, and then they can actually like take the drive out there. But it saved like tens of this program has
amazing.
It's saved like tens of thousands of lives in just a few years over the course of the program. It's fucking awesome.
You're fucking stupid, Stella. Stupid. Go away. Dumb bitch. I like backed up in my chair and she complained because it started hissing at me because I fucking caught her tail. Like, what are you doing? Stupid. But yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's a first response system.
That's what it is. It's brilliant. It's like they can say, hey, we got these drones we can load them up very quickly, and they can get to where they need to go because they're so agile, and they can just airdrop in the emergency supplies, and then that'll sustain them until we can get personnel out there in whatever 4 or 5 hours. And yeah, and like I said, that this program has saved thousands of lives in just a few years. It's awesome. I love shit like that. So I just wanted to highlight too, Lake City helicopter pilot leaves for 5th Operation Airdrop mission to help Helene. So this guy's just been making supply runs like constantly. He's flown helicopters for 12 years, has been a pilot for 23 years. His name is Ian Whitlock. So shout out to Ian Whitlock, you fucking Chad. 4 days of flying in the area so far. So this is returning for day 5 and saying as long as I can, help out as much as I can. It's about a 90-minute flight from Lake City to Hickory, and then another 30 minutes to their primary mission operating area. He's got this little 2012 Robinson R-34 Raven 2 helicopter. Can hold up to 300 pounds of supplies. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like that weight limit thing. Like they have to be really precise with what supplies they're bringing in because of those weight limits. So I just wanted to shout out this guy basically.
Fuck yeah.
And then Starlink. So Elon Musk has spent more time on the ground over there in North Carolina than Kamala or Joe have. Just so the chat knows that. And he has basically been providing free Starlink as much as he can to everyone in the area. Because again, the lines go down, satellite becomes the only option for any kind of communication. And so Elon Musk has basically stepped up and be like, here's Starlink, where we will give it to you for free wherever. What have I got here? So this is how Starlink is getting Western North Carolina back online. The state data shows Helene is responsible for 89 deaths in North Carolina. In the aftermath of the storm, residents and emergency services have faced major challenges due to impassable roads and destroyed infrastructure. Rural areas, in particular, have been cut off from vital information and emergency services. To address this urgent need, Starlink, the satellite internet service developed by SpaceX and Elon Musk, emerged as a critical tool for reconnecting communities. So it's like reliable high-speed internet connectivity that they're using to coordinate rescue operations, disseminating information, and initiating recovery efforts. So hearing just, wow, we love you guys, we're thinking of you, we didn't know this was national news. Maggie Watkins, Swannanoa resident, said, it made us smile that our town's being loved. Maggie Watkins made it to a relative's house outside of Swannanoa. Honestly, it's the whole community. Swannanoa is gone. So
Damn.
Jeez, can you imagine, in 48 hours, your entire town just disappearing off the map? That's just fuck, dude. Thousands are still there, largely voiceless with no communication. Watkins connected to a Starlink after the storm. It was the first time she could confirm that her family was okay, but also the first time she saw the destruction. Couldn't watch anymore, that it broke my heart. The messages were coming in all at once, so it's happy to see sadness all at once and happiness. WRAL remote broadcast engineer John Potta says it helps give people like those in Swannanoa a voice to the outside world. You can connect a ton of people as long as they're just using their phones for phone call, or because that's what Starlink does. It acts as basically as a portable makeshift cell phone tower, and it basically turns cell phones that it reaches into satellite phones, which is fucking cool.
That's kind of cool.
Isn't that cool?
That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, so they strategically brought in these Starlink things, set them up, sync them with the satellite, and bam, and then they got everybody's cell phone hooked up to the Starlink, and then bam, everybody's phone suddenly works. It's
awesome.
It's freaking cool. It's so freaking cool. 40 Starlink systems were being utilized for emergency response communications, with an additional 140 on the way to help restore communications infrastructure. Starlink was deployed at county emergency operations centers, enabling government and relief efforts to coordinate and maintain essential operations during the disaster recovery. I just told you how it works.
I want to see it, though. I'm curious.
First, I'll have you just introduce yourself.
You gave me into layman's terms. I want some specifics.
You can get an internet connection in an area where
I don't know if
normally
chat can hear
otherwise
this.
couldn't. Particularly in this instance, we've been using it in a disaster area because there is no cell service. There's no ISP connection. So this is the only way that we can transmit video back to the station by using one of these devices.
So what does it look like?
It looks like this here. It's basically just a square satellite dish. It has an array of antenna in there that shoots up to the sky towards low orbit satellites, a field of 6,000 of them, I believe. And it will ping pong between different satellites as they move, because low orbit satellites move a lot quicker than high orbit satellites. Generally, high orbit satellites are in geosynchronous movement with the Earth, so it takes 24 hours for a full revolution. These satellites, because they're low orbit, it only takes about 90 minutes. They're moving so quickly that there has to be a field of them for them to be able to connect to and stay connected.
and pretty reliable.
Yeah, quite reliable, quite reliable. As evidenced by this last week, we've been using them in great number, and they've been great.
Yeah. And could anyone buy this?
Absolutely. It's for what it does, it's very affordable. It's very user-friendly. It has an app that's associated with it, so as long as you connect to the device, you've plugged everything in, and you open up the app will pretty much do all the heavy lifting for you and tell you exactly what's going on.
Yeah. And is that purchased online, or could you like go to Best Buy?
You can purchase it online. You can buy it at Best Buy. Now, when you purchase it online, you probably are then able to set up the subscription with it. If you go to a big box store like Best Buy, you would buy the device and then go online and pick your subscription plan.
So say you can't afford one, could you still access one of these if you were out in West?
I think that gives you an idea. It's literally just
Yeah.
you plug it in, download the app, sync it up, and you're done. It's that simple.
That's amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. Super fucking cool.
It's really fucking cool.
It basically just takes like because like I remember like for a long time like people's complain of like, oh, like streaming services, like what if I don't have internet and like blah blah.
Mhm.
Like that's why I keep my TV and like my dish and like blah blah blah. It's like this is basically that. Like
Yeah, exactly.
like it's taking cell service away from like
Mhm.
you know like I guess like internet, right? Which is what we've been kind of moving towards, and kind of just bringing it back to being like a satellite based thing, except instead of obviously you need like all these cell towers, it really just is like a mini cell tower, just like in a square.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about Milton Villain. Don't worry.
Flores and Milton got 3 now.
You know about Milton?
No.
Milton
Another one?
Milton is a cat 3 now. That's forming in the Western Gulf, and that is moving directly east, and it's bound to cross just straight across Florida.
Yippee! Please don't be Cat 5 by the time you get here.
It's not projected to reach Cat 5.
Okay.
So
We're fine.
it's projected to reach, I think Cat 3 was like the highest. It's actually expected to actually be like a Cat 2 by the time it makes landfall.
Okay.
But it's supposed to hit, I think, Wednesday. Like Wednesday and Thursday is when it's gonna hit Florida.
Yippee! It'll be a rain night.
Yeah, you're gonna get hit by that one. I think you'll actually feel that one more than Helene.
Oh, definitely. 'Cause if it's coming like right over,
Mhm.
it's gonna be some heavy like stormy rains. But it's not gonna be anything like crazy. It's just a Cat 3
So,
or Cat 2.
okay.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Back to the video.
Wondering, okay, Brett, well, how is that going to help people? Like, how many people in this community actually have Starlink? Well, many actually do now, because private citizens went on Amazon, they went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and they bought as many Starlink panels as humanly possible, and are literally driving and hiking through the mountains to set them up for these communities. Nick Soder posted this yesterday saying, alert, Asheville, North Carolina is a total blackout zone. So we have set up 2 Starlink stations for public use. Even North Carolina State Police are not able to connect to cellular networks, so they are using our Starlinks now, which is literally just insane that our law enforcement does not even have a backup plan if there are blackouts. Now, that is obviously in North Carolina, but Robbie Starbuck, who is here in Tennessee and I just adore, he did the same thing in our state. He had men out installing Starlinks all day yesterday and the day before. He simultaneously also got together with 2 Tennessee state reps to create a drop point for food and supplies, where now thousands of people, including myself, are driving or shipping things into these communities so that they can be dispersed. I have friends in East Tennessee up in Johnson City who, again, within 24 hours, were in their trucks driving fuel up into the mountains, chainsawing through downed trees to get to people's homes. My friend Olivia posted this and
I've had to do that, by the way. I've had to get to the remote mining site that I was living at. I had to like learn how to like chainsaw trees that had like fallen across the roads and shit.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
said, so far we have seen private individuals and companies charter helicopters, arrange supply drops, and provide network access to the storm flood victims. I love that Americans can and will mobilize regardless if they get help from the government. Completely agree. And, just for a laugh, because this is an awful situation and we should maybe giggle about something in here, because not all private entities are actually effective. One reporter posted about what her newsroom, what her publication was organizing. Just listen to this. She said, we put together a list of resources at the 19th for those looking to donate in the wake of Hurricane Helene. We focused on mutual aid groups and organizations on the ground that are helping LGBTQ plus people and people seeking an abortion. Of course, that is the top priority in the wake of a hurricane. People are literally trapped in their homes, no water, no food, no anything, and you're thinking about gay rights and reproductive rights.
How much how fucked in the head do you have to be like to see all this chaos and destruction and death around you and be like, my top priority is going to be to make sure
I know
that
you
people
have no
can still
water,
get their
but do you want
abortions.
abortion?
Like I can't give you bread, but I can kill your infant child. Like,
Gee, thanks.
like, my God, dude. Imagine being like so deep in an ideology that you come to that conclusion. Just fucking crazy, dude.
Grow up, please. Now, moving on from that and ignoring that anomaly, you would probably think, okay, wow, this is amazing. It's amazing that they are all out there supporting what our government is most likely doing for these communities. Wrong, because there is really nothing to support at this point. States like North Carolina and Tennessee were completely unprepared. Granted, who knew that we needed to be prepared for hurricanes and flooding, but these states have simply frozen. Ron DeSantis in Florida, who has an amazing crisis management system, literally had roads in Florida repaired in 2 days. Roads that would have taken months to repair. And he said, no, you need to do this now because people on these islands, people in these remote areas, they cannot access anything. You must repair them. He had it done and power was literally turned on within 48 hours. He said, Hurricane Helene power update, 2.3 million restored, 111,000 outstanding. 99% of the state of Florida has power. And guys, that was before the weekend was over. He has also removed bureaucratic red tape to allow restaurants and different businesses to set up makeshift food trucks and stands to feed their communities, which they're not usually allowed to do because of food laws and safety laws. I mean, his National Guard and his relief team were so effective that they are literally now being sent up to the southeastern states, to North Carolina and Tennessee. And again, granted, they are prepared for this kind of thing, but it just goes to show the government can be effective if mobilized properly, which is why it is so devastating and insane that our federal government and that states like North Carolina and Tennessee are just frozen and do not know what to do. I mean, Ron DeSantis, he posted this 3 days ago. I have authorized the Florida National Guard to send air assets to North Carolina in support of North Carolina's Hurricane Helene response. And just listen to what he said. This was such a Joe Biden note.
What a fucking legend. I have his full statement, by the way. I have it right here.
I feel like Ron DeSantis is one of those people that, like, a lot of people are like, oh my god, yeah, he's so boring. He's not like, he doesn't have the energy that Trump has.
He doesn't have charisma.
But yeah, he doesn't have the charisma. I feel like he's very much the old man's candidate, right? Where it's just like, dude, like, you're tired of all the bullshit, you're tired of all the fucking nonsense, you're tired of like all this bullshit, right? Like all the back and forth and the constant like controversy and the constant like arguing and the bickering. Like, this is a guy who'll just get shit done. You know?
Yeah,
he's
that's
like,
what he is. Like, he's such a fucking good governor. But
yeah,
anyway,
he's not here for like, you know, the back and forth and like what's I'm looking for?
The banter.
No, not the banter.
Debate, argument.
Sensationalization of shit. Right? Like it doesn't have to be sensational to fucking just do a good fucking job, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's it. You know, like just.
He's an autist candidate, says Bear. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, like just he just gets the job.
It's true. He does have
the job done.
He has a void in terms of charisma, but in terms of just like getting shit done on the ground, I don't know any other a better governor anywhere. I mean, honestly, it's this kind of shit. Let me play this whole statement here.
At my direction, the Florida National Guard and Florida State Guard will be deployed to critical ports affected to maintain order and, if possible, resume operations which would otherwise be shut down during this interruption. Florida Department of Transportation is coordinating calls with seaport, rail, and trucking partners to ensure that all are prepared and positioned appropriately to limit disruptions to the supply chain and other areas should this continue. I'm also directing Florida Department of Transportation to temporarily waive the collection of tolls and other fees for commercial vehicles using public highways in Florida and waiving the size and weight restrictions normally governing vehicle transportation for the duration of this emergency. This will help expedite the movement of goods that have been impacted from seaports to intermodal logistics centers, distribution centers, and delivery points, and very well may help offset additional costs incurred by operation during this period. Finally, I'm directing the Florida Highway Patrol to manage the...
So basically what he's saying is that, like, he's restricting all of the, you know, he's removing all the restrictions on, like, you know, like safety laws and shit like that basically involve, like, how much weight you can carry, how much weight you can pull. All this stuff, right? That's normally in place because normally in a normal situation, it's additional risk that you don't need, right?
Well, it's not
But
that
obviously, this is one of those case scenarios where, like, you know, the risk of someone not receiving help fast enough is much greater than the risk of like a freak accident because it was a bit too much weight on the fucking thing. Right?
Well, the thing about the weight thing though is that they're also saying like that you can't be over this weight limit because it's also assuming that there are other cars around that vehicle that are contributing to the weight as well. So in this case, there's no other surrounding vehicles, so that weight limit suddenly gets lifted a decent amount. So that's
flow of traffic from all Florida seaports and adjacent roads and highways as needed to further expedite the flow of goods that are currently being held up.
And one of the advantages that Florida does have, though, is that it's like surrounded by coastline, so they have water routes, all to pretty
intake as well.
Yeah, which is very, very helpful for logistics.
This will include the provision of law enforcement escorts for commercial motor vehicles by FHP officers upon request. And I would say that this is something that would have significant impacts on the nation's economy anyways, but to have this happen in a way that could negatively impact people that are reeling from a Category 4 hurricane, that is just simply unacceptable. So it really is incumbent upon the Biden-Harris administration to do everything in their power to ensure that these goods are where we need to be, that people are not left hanging out in the cold waiting for these goods if they're sitting in the ocean somewhere and they're not being able to be used here in the state of Florida or in Georgia or North Carolina or where people are going to desperately need this. We need to accelerate. We have no time for delays. Biden-Harris has a responsibility to stand up for the storm victims, stand up for the people who've had their homes damaged or who've lost their homes, and make sure they have what they need to get back on their feet.
So that's that statement. And then if I go back to the video, this is a different conference that he did.
The Florida, we have it handled. We got approved for the individual citizens, things we've wanted. We have what we need. Now, obviously, there may be additional things that we'll ask for in the future. It depends on how things shake out. But I think most of the effort should be in Western North Carolina right now.
Literally telling Biden what to do.
I was just something I like is that he mentions as well. He's like, yeah, we might need help in the future, but like, it's very like, I guess like, what's what I'm looking for? He's very adaptive, right?
Yeah.
Where he's just like, hey, this is the situation. How do we fix this situation now? Okay, we're gonna change this. We're gonna restrict. We're gonna remove these restrictions. We're gonna do this. Okay, things are better here. We might still need help in the future, but for now, let's put our focus over there. Like, it's very much like he's very adaptive to the situation as it's changing.
Well, he's not treating it like a government official would treat it. He's treating it like a private citizen would treat it. Like, he doesn't sound like a bureaucrat. He sounds like just
Joe from down the block.
Yeah, exactly.
Rescues that need to take place. I mean, just think about, it's almost like if this area were totally cut off and every road was destroyed and all this, but you can still get places by boat. There, you can't do that. The federal government should focus on that. We're running rescue flights. We're happy to do it, but I know the federal government has more assets than the state of Florida has, so...
I mean, it's just so good. It is just laughable. He's like, yeah, we're going to keep supporting you, but it kind of is the federal government's job. You do have billions and billions and billions of dollars that you're sending overseas. Maybe you should be spending that on your American citizens. And so on.
Let me pause that for a sec. I got something on that, too. Would you like to read that?
So far this year, the United States has given $24.4 billion to the Ukraine, $11.3 billion to Israel, $1.95 billion to Ethiopia, $1.6 billion to Jordan, $1.4 billion to Egypt, $1.1 billion to Afghanistan, $1.1 billion to Somalia, $1 billion to Yemen, $987 million to the Congo, $896 million to Syria, and 9,000 per illegal immigrant that has entered the U.S.
Keep going.
Americans have lost everything to Hurricane Helene. We'll be getting 750, courtesy of FEMA, unless you have homeowners insurance, apparently, which does not cover like hurricane.
Maybe everyone in North Carolina should just identify as Ukrainian.
Dude, real.
Like, we are Ukraine now. Can we have that money? Because here's the thing. Like, here's the thing. It's like I am completely aware that there's such a thing as earmarking. You know, I know that Congress they have a thing where they approve, you know, this funding for, you know, for this agency and this much money, you know, Y money for that agency, and that agency is responsible for, you know, funding this, and that agency is responsible for funding that. I understand that earmarks are a thing. But the problem, well, first of all, number one, I've seen plenty of times where presidents and stuff like that have managed to transfer from one earmark to another. I've seen that happen plenty of times. But it just kind of goes to show where the priorities are in terms of just funding in general. Because here's the thing, like, FEMA has billions and billions and billions of dollars, right? They have a massive war chest to do their thing. But it's like, where's it going? Why is it only showing up as $750 for each person? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that you can go in and I could give you a wall of text to not justify it, but to explain all this. But but optically, it makes the government look like it doesn't give a fuck about its own citizens. That, you know what I mean? Like,
well, here's the thing. That wall of text to explain all those things would eventually just boil down to, we prioritize these like foreign conflicts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it all boils down to. It's like, oh yes, but the people and the blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck if it's like, if all of Ukraine was entirely a country of babies and they're all being bombed. I don't fucking care. I'm sorry, I don't.
What the fuck is happening in Egypt or the Congo? What the fuck is I know that, because I know that there's like a conflict happening in Yemen. Fine. Obviously, there's
Congo's got something going on. I just can't remember what. I know people always mention, like, oh my god, yeah, like,
well,
Israel and the Congo, save them.
The whole thing about this money, though, is that where do you think this money goes, and do you think it's enough to actually end the conflict? No. And where does it go? Remember that video I showed like a few months ago of RFK Jr. explaining the BlackRock connection to all the stuff in Ukraine? Do you remember that?
Yep.
That's where it goes. It doesn't go to the Ukrainian people or the Israeli people or to the Ethiopians or the Jordanians. It goes
to BlackRock buying Ukraine.
Exactly. It goes back. It goes to BlackRock and American defense contractors. That's where that money ends up. So this whole thing is a fucking scam. So, and then you don't even get me started on the immigrant.
My eyes are like watering. I'm so mad. I'm
I know.
so mad, dude.
I know. It's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. But anyway, let's continue.
On that note, kind of going along with this story, you might ask, okay, sure. So North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, they're all unprepared. But again, I'm sure that the federal government stepped in immediately. Well, not so fast. And this is kind of where it gets a bit dicier, and I will get a bit more political because I think that this needs to be talked about. And to be fair, on the first day, Biden did sign and approve all the emergency orders the moment that they got to his desk, and he wanted us to know that he did spend a whole 2 hours on the phone yesterday to help with the hurricane. Just listen.
On the hurricane, Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I command. It's called a telephone. And all my security people.
I command. It's called the telephone. Wow, that's just wonderful. Love hearing that from our president. He's really engaged in this crisis that we have going on. Also, the other clip that we should just drop in here is that just...
You just notice that, like, how much, like, wait, where is it? Where is it? There he is.
A little further, yeah, right there. just a little bit further. Just a little bit further.
I was commanded. I was on the phone for.
No, just a teensy bit further, because he stops at the door
to help with the hurricane. Just listen.
On the hurricane, Mr. President, why weren't you and
Look
Vice
at this.
President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
It's like slow turn.
You also notice how he actually looks like a puppet on strings.
He does.
Like,
because he can't walk. He's just like,
dude, this
like,
dude
like slowly turns around like a door opening.
This dude's brain is obviously mush. Like all the words that come out of his mouth are like motor memory. Like it has nothing to do with his actual mind. This dude's mind is gone.
Commanded. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I command. It's called a telephone.
I command.
Security people.
I command. It's called the telephone. Wow, that's just wonderful. Love hearing that from our president. He's really engaged in this crisis that we have going on. Also, the other clip that we should just drop in here is that just 3 days ago, we sent another, I think it was $2.6 billion to Ukraine. And then just 24 hours later, Biden was stopped by reporters on the tarmac and they said, can the federal government do anything else for the Hurricane Helene victims?
Wait, we sent more money to Ukraine?
Oh, she just mentioned the hang on.
For the Hurricane Helene victims, and he said no. Stopped by reporters on the tarmac and they said, could the federal government do anything else for the Hurricane Helene victims? And he said no. He literally just said no. There is nothing else that we can do.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them. We have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet.
And in case you're wondering,
they didn't ask for them yet. They have to ask.
He said no, and we pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they haven't asked for it yet.
See that right there? Remember how you were saying how DeSantis, he's like adaptive, he's moving on the ground, he's putting resources where they need to go and prioritizing in the moment, right?
Yeah, that's very much
it's the exact
no,
opposite.
We have nothing more to give you right now, but if you guys want more later, we pre-planned some.
we had a set amount before the thing happened, and if that amount isn't good enough, then tough. That is a government bureaucrat response, if I've ever heard one.
Because you might be joking to your friends as you're watching this, yes, Biden took those calls from the beach. He was literally at the beach while all of this was going on. Just had to get out there and enjoy the warm post-hurricane waters, didn't you? So then next, you might think, okay, well, Biden's not going to be president next, so he's just kind of phoning it in. Kamala is the one that's really running things. Well, Kamala did a little flyby. She did a posed photo on the phone, working very, very hard, signing some blank papers. And she also decided to go have a little bit of fun because while all of this was going on, while people's homes were flooded, while they are trapped up in the mountains, she was fundraising, but not for the victims, though, for herself. Matt Visor posted this on X and said, Kamala Harris, this is on September 29th, so over the weekend, Kamala Harris is at an LA fundraiser with Stevie Wonder, Keegan-Michael Kay, Sterling K. Brown, Demi Lovato, Jessica Alba, Lily Tomlin, Alanis Morissette, and Halle Bailey performing. The menu includes a duck egg roll, goat cheese honey blueberry balls, beef Wellingtons, lobster rolls, and crab cakes. And no, this is not just some Twitter rumor. Here's a Hollywood Reporter about it. Kamala Harris hits LA for star-studded fundraiser. Quote, it's good to be home on September 29th amidst all of this. And the tickets for this event range from $25,000 to $250,000. Just really had to pay
it's good to be
for
on
all
the
of
West
those lobster rolls
Coast.
somehow. Now, Trump...
During hurricane season.
Two things. Number one,
Yeah.
all those names she rattled off, I wonder how many of those names are on the P. Diddy list. And number two,
Limo.
she could have, I understand. These fundraisers are planned well in advance. Blah, 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 blah. But you know what she could have done to actually kind of save face for that a little bit? Said, well, not just that. What if she said, like, all of the money that was made from all those ticket sales? Because these are, like, these are fundraiser dinners, so it's like $10,000 a plate, right? What if she said, that's all going to go into, like, these local North Carolina communities? You know what I mean? What if she just, because she was fundraising for her campaign.
Yeah.
What if she said, like, I'm going to take all of that money and I'm going to use it to buy supplies or put it into this organization or that organization and help. There's
a better campaign for you right there.
Yeah. Because
that
meanwhile,
would do a whole lot more for you than any fucking ad.
I think she's about to get into it, but meanwhile, like while Kamala is at this fancy West Coast dinner, fundraising for her campaign, Trump is literally on the ground in North Carolina talking to to local community members and business owners and shit like that.
On the other hand, who is basically the only one here that is acting like he's in charge, even though he literally is not in office, he showed up to Georgia before the weekend was over. He authorized a GoFundMe that raised over $900,000 within the hour. He held a press...
You can see that? It hit, oh, it's over 2 million as of the time she took that screenshot.
$1,000 within the hour. He held a press conference and he literally walked the streets with victims. But, let's be fair, because Biden was probably just too frail to make it through the rubble, which is why he can only just sit at the beach, because the salt water is healing to his geriatric self. Like, I'm guessing that there are dogs out there that would fare better in this hurricane than Biden, especially if they take rough greens, because rough greens is the key to keeping your dogs strong, healthy, and happy. Rough greens is a supplement that contains all the necessary vitamins, minerals,
I respect the
and
segue,
antioxidants
like
that
that
your dog
clean
needs literally every
segue.
single day, things that they probably do not get from their conventional dry kibble. Now, what I love about rough greens is because it's a supplement, you don't have to go out and buy that fancy new expensive dog food or muddle through all the research to figure out what works best for your dogs. You can just sprinkle the powder on their food every single day and rest easy knowing that you are taking a massive step for their health. Dog owners everywhere just rave about rough greens because it supports
this kind of stuff
joints,
is such a
improves
luxury
bad
pet
breath,
owner
and boosts
thing.
energy levels and so much more.
Yeah.
My West Coast dogs have had such severe allergies after moving to Tennessee a couple of years ago, and rough greens was a key to helping them get over that. No more chewy paws, no more itchy skin, and I credit rough greens with that. Obviously, we are what we eat, and that goes for your dogs too, and also for your cats. We can't forget them, because Rough Greens has a huge announcement. Dr. Dennis Black, who is the founder of Rough Greens, has now created Meow Greens for your cats. And you can also try this out in one of their free Jumpstart trial bags. And one of these free trial bags can be at your door in just a few business days. So go to roughgreens.com/Brett, or you can call 877-66-MY-DOG.
affiliate link in.
Again, guys, that is roughgreens.com/Brett, or call 877-66-MY-DOG
Hey, doctor,
today.
that unconscious man. Why didn't you save him? You didn't ask for it.
Thing is, though, here's the thing, though. Like, honestly, getting ad reads like that, I mean, fucking goals. You know what I mean? Like, to get big enough where you like get paid like a big chunk of cash to do ad reads like that. Fucking, I want to get there. You know.
But back to the point, it's not just about what these specific leaders in charge are doing, it's about what their agencies are doing. FEMA, which is our Federal Emergency Management Agency, should be the group spearheading all of these relief efforts, and yet most of the communities are saying that they have not seen them. This was posted yesterday on the ground in Asheville. Breaking news, all of the shelters in Asheville are at capacity. Fox News reporters on the ground in Asheville say that FEMA isn't on the ground helping the shelters, and several have run out of water. The Fox reporter is trying to find answers on why FEMA is not there to assist. Now,
if you go back, oh, I don't want to do that. Go back. If you look at this, let's see. Asheville are all the shelters in Asheville are at capacity. You want to know why they're at capacity? It's because FEMA personnel are taking them up. There's a few things about this that I have. So this is from a Twitter user named Ryan Tyre. So. It says, if you're wondering why citizens are being turned away that are coming to help North Carolina and Tennessee, you want to hear my experience as someone who has been doing this as a private citizen for almost a decade. I was able to get into and out of Asheville. We brought food, water, fuel, and other supplies, as well as help people affected by the floods, but there are reasons they are not allowing outside help. I cannot confirm the reason why in North Carolina, but I can tell you the reasons is in other storms I have worked. I'll explain below. Let me share with you the first disaster that I finally realized that this was all about money. In the Florida Keys with Hurricane Irma, after Texas got hit with Harvey, we finished our efforts in Texas and were the first citizen team to make it to Key Largo. The federal agencies had US 1 shut down just south of Key Largo and wouldn't let anyone in or out, even though the road was okay to pass. We explained to them that we had boats, jet skis, food, water, chainsaws, and fuel to bring these people. They didn't care and wouldn't let us in. It was night by that point, and you rarely saw the lights of vehicles at the distance on the individual keys, meaning the emergency response teams for FEMA weren't even working. It was all quiet. We decided that we would go in anyways. We filled up the boats, jet skis, with all that we could reasonably carry and went by water, around other bullshit blockades and around their law enforcement presence on the water. It was 87 miles by water to get to our first stop, Kojoy Key and Sugarloaf Key. When we arrived there, we were greeted by a homeowner for privacy, I won't name him, but we have the video, who was elated to see us and all the supplies we brought. His house was in shambles. We started offloading supplies on the shoreline and helping to get them into what was left on his house. During that process, he explained to us that FEMA had set up a command center at a local high school on the island, but that they weren't doing anything to help the residents, not even bringing them water. Instead, he explained that they were driving around using a loudspeaker telling people to stay in their homes. They weren't even helping the homeowners with supplies. I was skeptical at first while he was telling me all of this. Then he said something that broke my heart. He told us that the people of the Keys were all in despair because they had just seen weeks before the overwhelming support for Texas with Hurricane Harvey by the citizens of this country. He and his neighbors on all the Keys felt like Americans had forgotten about them completely because at this point, 5 days after landfall, all they had seen was FEMA and there was no help. You know, recently, there was a thing that happened, another massive disaster that hit an island in recent months that everybody else has also seemed to forget about. You know what it is? You remember the Maui fires?
No.
You don't remember that? So there was these fires that destroyed like whole swaths of the island of Maui, just like a few months ago. And the government did basically nothing to help them. They gave each resident like a check for like $500, and that was it. And the area is still in absolute shambles because they're like
fucked because they can't get any assistance from anywhere else. They're
yeah. The government just abandoned them, basically. Sounds familiar. The residents were cut off from the outside world. No cellular, no internet, no way to contact anyone or hear of any efforts to try to help them. The only communication they had was from a local radio station on Sugarloaf Key that was broadcasting on AM radio to the surrounding keys. The man, after hearing that there were citizens trying to bring them help, but being refused entry by federal law enforcement, was visibly upset. He and his neighbors really thought the country had abandoned them. He insisted that we get into his waterlogged truck and that he would take us to that radio station so we can go live on the air to tell the citizens trapped in the Keys that we, the American people, were there to help and that the government was trying to stop our efforts. And that is exactly what we did. So they goes into, they got the help that they needed. They were able to coordinate trucks. The reason they gave us was that these donations were not from companies on their, quote, preferred vendors list, and that they would not accept them or give them to the residents of the Keys impacted by the storm. It was at that point that I realized that it's all about the money. The preferred vendors are getting part of the money being released by the state and federal government for each disaster. In turn, some of the vendors make it on the list because a friend gets them on the list, and in return for getting ludicrously outlandish amounts of compensation for the services they render, they give kickbacks. So accepting outside donations, even though they are on location and can help people now, they would rather let people suffer so they can get their kickbacks. This meeting solidified my resolve to help these people regardless of what the greedy officials wanted. We were going to feed the lower Keys that were being neglected. I delivered all semi-trucks to the Faro Blanco Resort and Marathon and filled the entire first floor with pallets upon pallets of food, water, and essential supplies, and created a food pantry for residents to come and get anything and however much they needed. From local state troopers to the homeless, all were given wheelbarrows and free reign to get anything they needed. We also delivered supplies. So he just goes into basically he got the job done.
Yeah.
And he's basically, what he's talking about, how these FEMA is basically partnered with select vendors to basically supply the supply chain. And if you're and they get kickbacks as a result because it's a disaster, which gives them opportunity to upcharge like fucking crazy. And because they can upcharge, they take some of that extra profit and they kick it back to the FEMA people. So if you're providing supplies outside of that kickback scheme, you get pushed away. That's what he's describing here. That's just outright.
That's so fucked.
That's outright
evil
corruption of the highest order within the organization. Let me get back to the video.
not there to assist. Now, this was posted yesterday morning, and the reporters did eventually find FEMA, who had only started working that day because, well, they take weekends off. She replied and said, in the last 2 minutes, I finally found FEMA contributing. They're aiding in supplies for NC now that the weekend is over. Now, in Tennessee, our state emergency management agency also asked people to stop donating and helping, even though they were nowhere to be found. They posted, while local communities appreciate the volunteer spirit during disasters, please do not send donations that have not been requested by state or local authorities. TEMA is not accepting volunteers or donations until the life safety mission is complete. Tennesseans do not self-employ to disaster areas. This will hinder response and recovery operations. And on one hand, I understand wanting to limit chaos so that you can do what you need to do. But when you are literally not on the ground and communities are saying we have received no federal support, we don't know where FEMA, we don't know where TEMA is, and other people are literally flying their private helicopters in to help them, I think that they would like to receive the private assistance. And now, obviously, all of this has gotten very heated online with people calling out and asking why our government is not doing their job and helping, criticizing Biden. One man posted about this and said, I've never seen a weather event more politicized than the flooding in Asheville, North Carolina. I don't know if you were alive for Katrina, my friend, but I think that might be more politicized.
Yeah,
but he
that was
said it's
pretty
appalling from both sides of the aisle. I have nearly 90,000 of you here now. I am bound to have locals who follow me. Can any of you inform me how good or bad the disaster response has been at the state and federal level? Or has the help from other states like Florida been better? Thanks. And listen, the responses were illuminating. One guy said, I just returned from a 24-hour mission to get our daughters out of Asheville. Government was totally unprepared. No water, no power, no gas, no food, no cell phone or communication. 5 days post-storm, people are looking out for each other. Total chaos from the government. First release on infrastructure services from the city came around noon on Sunday. Another man said, I'm in Hendersonville, North Carolina. Other than linemen, all of the help has been from neighbors helping neighbors. And then a woman named Paige, who has 2 houses, both in the direct path, said that there is no comparison. DeSantis had everything ready to go. Acres of utility trucks, Florida and National Guard activated, rescue teams ready, supplies staged. In 3 days, he restored power to 2.3 million people. All the North Carolina government did was declare an emergency and then go to dinner. We have nothing from the state or the feds. We are saved by exhausted local responders and private groups. We have no power, water, or communications. 4 days later, there are bodies in cars and trees. And yes, you read that correctly. We are relying on mule trains and 4x4s to reach people, literal mule trains. The North Carolina Guard wasn't activated until Sunday. The military still isn't, despite the plethora of bases in North Carolina. The troops are flabbergasted. And now we're relying on DeSantis to save us in Western North Carolina as well. Does that answer the question? And also,
speaking of mules, where is it? I have one about that. Hurricane Helene relief. Mules helping to bring supplies to residents in North Carolina. So a mule packer ranch in North Carolina is lending some helping hooves and delivering much needed supplies and first aid to communities in the mountains who have been impacted by the damage from hurricane. This is actually brilliant, though. This is actually a pack of... Because a mule can handle, like, what? Like 150 pounds? Something like that?
Yeah, they can carry quite a bit of weight. And then also, again, if you have multiple of them, like, that's a pile of, like, supplies you can carry. And then also, the road doesn't have to be perfect.
Exactly.
Like a mule.
Yeah. This is a brilliant idea, actually. Busy morning, we are loading lots of equipment, supplies, and mules to leave for West North Carolina. Please know that we appreciate every kind word, gesture of support, and all that are partnering with us to help all that we can. We will be setting up a staging area and beginning to assist this afternoon, and we'll be bringing up additional loads and supplies once mules are in place. The group took off for Weaverville, North Carolina on Sunday, where they were able to drop off a large supply stash. They then moved on to Montreal on Tuesday. Montreat on Tuesday. They also partnered with the Cajun Navy. Huh? The Cajun Navy was that organization that did helicopter runs that was mentioned earlier. Another group of civilian volunteers, according to the organization. So I'm not getting
Louisiana, memory serves.
But yeah, like this, like you can get a mule train up through this shit. You know what I mean? That's a brilliant idea. And they're just like dedicating all, like, this mule ranch is just dedicating all of their mule resources basically to this effort, which is fucking cool.
Also, the fact that people don't even know about the devastation in Virginia and Georgia and South Carolina and Tennessee should also answer the question, because everybody is now talking about Asheville. But Asheville is one town. It is the biggest town that we're actually talking about. And obviously Asheville was destroyed, and it is the center of that community, especially for tourism, but it wasn't just them. And so if this is the response in the city with the most mainstream media attention, imagine what is happening elsewhere. So again, all of this to say, the point of this episode is to say that the government is not here to save us. Unless, of course, you are lucky enough to have DeSantis as a governor. But truly, like, when push comes to shove, You really
Sir.
can only rely
Yes,
on
sir.
yourself and hopefully your community and the private groups who land on the ground within hours to assist you. This should be a lesson for us all, because giving the government more money and power does not mean that we will reap the benefits. It is actually quite the opposite, if we've learned anything from history. Now, if you guys feel called to or have the means to support and donate, I have personally donated and supported the organizations that I mentioned in this episode. I have supplies going to Robbie Starbucks Drop Point, and I trust all of those groups and all those individuals with my money and to get people the support that they need if you are interested or able to donate.
All right.
Man.
That's... it's been we've been going for 3 hours now, or almost 3 hours. So this really has this was the thing I wanted to really focus on. We have one more that won't take nearly as long. We're gonna talk about the Ubisoft next. But do you have any final thoughts or comments about this hurricane situation? Because that's kind of that's all I think that was
covered all of it. Yeah,
that was pretty comprehensive. I just wanted to catch, because I feel like a lot of people just aren't paying attention to this. So, and I know that we don't have like the biggest viewership right now that we usually do on the podcast, but I thought this was an important thing to cover and go into detail with. And
yeah, dude, definitely.
Just get everybody kind of up to speed onto what's going on, and if you
it's
want to
just so
contribute,
fucking
who to
wild,
contribute
like-
to.
Yeah, it's so fucking wild to me that like, it's just like, yeah, like they're just allowed to do that, right? And it's just like it's so obvious the government isn't helping at all, and it's just like, the fact that they're just allowed to do that is just insane to me. The fact that people can watch this and be like, yeah, I know who I'm voting for. Vote blue. Like, how?
Do they at least monetize the disaster economy? They will nickel and dime themselves. They will discard you or anyone else in a heartbeat if they can't gain something from it.
Yeah, like, dude, I feel like events like this are such like a good, like, I guess, like, display of character, right, for everyone.
Yeah.
Right, and so it kind of tells you like who, love him or hate him, right, for whatever reasons you might have. DeSantis gets the job fucking done, right? Love him or hate him for whatever reasons you might fucking have. Trump gets the job done. Love him or hate him for whatever reasons you might have. Elon gets the job done. Right? And none of these, like, I guess, you know, obviously governor's a governor, right? But like,
Trump's a citizen.
Trump's a citizen.
Yeah. He and Elon are both just citizens. They're both civilians, you know?
Yeah.
So
it's just
like DeSantis, he's mostly a civilian. He has control over the National Guard, which kind of makes him a military commander as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just.
But
I don't know. I feel like now the few of you thanks for sticking around. I know that this is like not a normal topic. I know you usually come here for gaming pop culture news, which we're going to get into next.
It's silly stuff.
But we're going to get into more silly stuff. But we're going to get into speculation on the link on the leaks that came out from like Endymion and other people and stuff like that. But
give me just a second though.
Yeah, I'm gonna
get some water as well.
Yeah, well, we're gonna take like a 1 minute pause, and then get into the pop culture stuff. So. Actually, what I'm going to do is, while she's doing that, I'm going to read some comments here. I got to scroll up a bit. Here we go. A couple of years ago, we had wildfires in Sweden that were out of control. Hundreds of Polish firefighters drove their trucks to Sweden to help us. As thanks, our government sent them a bill for room and board. Yeah, I expect nothing less. Him being away for 2 hour stretches is pretty amazing. Yeah, credit where credit's due, I guess. Hey, doctor, that unconscious man, why didn't you save him? He didn't ask for it. Yeah, that baffled me. Like we have like a specific amount allocated. They haven't asked for it. It's just like they haven't asked for it because they can't communicate because they don't have cell phones or anything. Like, fucking asshole. Be the ones that allowed the elites to buy the land of the chief. Yeah, there is that. I didn't cover that. I steered away from the more sensational shit. At least most of it. And that whole thing about like that using it as like a land grab and stuff like that, that got like debunked for the most part. That seems kind of far-fetched to me, and it's too early to make that kind of a judgment because there's just so much chaos right now. So, I mean, I guess I don't see that as a thing. I didn't want to get into more conspiratorial stuff. I wanted to keep grounded with this. I just wanted to basically just do just a deep dive cover, comprehensive coverage of what's going on in like the southeast portion of the entirety of the United States, So that was the whole point. And I wanted to focus on that this episode, mainly because, again, two and soon to be, including me in that as well, members of the collective are, affected by this kind of shit, So, you think that hurricane would be Kamala's COVID and that she screwed this up bad? All neutral voters would vote against her out of spite. Well, I know that there's... How much of a factor of it, I'm not sure. But I guarantee you that there's no one who, was voting for Trump or not voting who has now looked at Kamala's response and been like, yeah, that's leadership. I'm going to vote for her. If any, the best that Kamala can do here is lose no votes. Which she doesn't. She's going to lose some votes. Now, the significance, I don't know. But North Carolina was already looking like it was going to swing to Trump's side anyway. All the momentum in every battleground state is in Trump's favor. He's actually, pulling even, and even in some cases, he's pulling ahead in Pennsylvania. And, now in, the real clear politics average actually has Trump winning. CNN just released a thing where he has, they did all their polling stuff, and they said, Trump has a solid 70% plus chance of winning, which, if it's coming from CNN, means it's actually higher than that, So, this definitely doesn't help Kamala, 100%, especially on the optics side, when you have her whining and dining over $10,000 fundraising plates with celebrities on P. Diddy's list, while Trump is on the ground in North Carolina talking to people who lost their homes and their businesses and their livelihoods. You know what I mean? The contrast just couldn't be more stark, Washington is the only ballots they managed to find for these devastated areas are for Kamala. Conveniently, none of them with water damage or smeared ink, because that's what happened when you get wet ink signatures. You add water, what do you get? You get that smeared, blurred up ink. So,
be right back. I have an eyelash in my eye. Ah!
It's always something with you. Oh man, I don't know. We'll see. Because here's the thing: Tennessee was already going red. South Carolina was always going red. Florida was always going red. Georgia was probably going to go red. And North Carolina was going red. So all of the states affected by this were going red anyway, except maybe Georgia. But I have a feeling that with this, I think you're going to see a bump for Trump in Georgia. That'll probably lock the state in for him. Hopefully, we'll see. But yeah, it's. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like speculating about politics, to be honest. Because it puts people into either two states of too much fear or too much comfort. Welcome back.
I've returned. You know what's a nice middle ground when it comes to fear and comfort in politics?
Yeah.
Poland.
Wait, what?
Poland.
Poland?
Yeah.
Explain.
Umber sent me a video recently of some guy
Yeah,
his name is.
Poland just shoots shoots illegal immigrants. They just, as they're coming across, they just shoot them. Yeah.
Yeah. Shit's so fucking based. But yeah, actually, there's a video suggested right there. The bottom right. That's the one that the helmet.
Oh yeah, that's Asmongold's reaction to it.
That guy is so charismatic. Like I watched that whole video, and like last night I was supposed to go to bed, but I like, even though I was tired, I was like I just kept watching that video because I was like, oh, let me see this thing the helmsman sent me. And I didn't realize how long it was. And the dude is just so fucking incredibly charismatic.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, bro, I want to move to Poland. I love this guy. This guy's great.
You saw for every base thing that Poland does, you still have to deal with living in Poland and the Polish people. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about that.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Oh man.
Yeah, there was this one fucking like point in like the interview. 'Cause it was very candid. He was just hanging out with this guy, right, and just like walking around town.
Mm-hmm.
And people like around town would like thank him and stuff like that. And, like they talked to him. And there was this one part where he said, and I quote, because I repeated it back to Helmsman because I was like, this part's amazing. But he said, and I quote, pay your taxes, get Polish wife, become Polish.
Do as the Polacks do. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that's funny though. Anyway,
Are you ready for the next segment?
Yep.
All right, we're switching gears, chat.
Back to Ubisoft.
Let's get into it never fucking ends with this stuff. I wish there are other things to talk about, but this dominates the news cycle.
It's
every
like watching I feel like watching the fall of Ubisoft is like when you like convince like a really high level, like high HP enemy to like step into lava in a video game, and they're just slowly taking away. You know, and you're just kind of watching them every you know, for like.
Do you not notice the HP ticking away?
Somewhere safe. Huh?
Okay, it's like, yeah. Do you not notice the HP ticking away, buddy?
Yeah, exactly. He's just sitting there in the lava because he can't pathfind his way out, you know, and you're somewhere safe, just kind of observing it, like,
Okay,
I'll get the XP for this eventually.
I want to preface this a little bit. First, talking about Endymion leaking this stuff. He has been getting a lot of stupid shit. People like saying like, "Oh, you're just lying. What are your sources?" And it's just like, bro. His information is like 90% corroborated by otherwise trusted other people, like Tom Henderson, who I'm showing you here. Honestly, the only thing that I would kind of give Endymion a little bit of criticism over is his lack of scrutinization. He just kind of carpet bombed the information out there, and then he said, "Yeah, take it with a grain of salt," but that's like as far as he'd go, you know. And I feel like if you're gonna, do some spicy leaks on that high profile of a thing on a channel that's as big as his, you should engage in some level of scrutinization. And I think that let's just read this. So this is the Tom Henderson. We're not gonna watch the Endymion video, only because it's all pretty much summarized here in Tom's article anyway. And frankly, I'm going to be completely honest about my bias here, chat. I can't stand Endymion's videos, despite the fact that I agree with most of the things that he says. I think he's monotonous and his scripts are so abhorrently inefficient and repetitive that I just can't watch them. So, I'm saying that's just my personal bias. His videos literally put me to sleep, even though I agree with them. So we're gonna read this instead. So we say, last week, Ubisoft announced that Assassin's Creed Shadows would be delayed from its intended November release date to February 2025. I think the 14th to be exact. Let's see. While the announcement was somewhat of a shock publicly, internally it was expected and desperately needed. Ubisoft announced that the game was delayed to, quote, polish and refine the experience. In its earnings update, the company further claimed that the delay was due to the learning from the Star Wars Outlaws release. Both claims are true, but beyond a few short words, internally, the developers have been pushing for a delay for the best part of a few months, which had fallen on deaf ears until the release of Outlaws.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, maybe things are not fine.
Well, again, it's just another one of those scenarios where, like, the only thing that gets their attention is the bottom line going red.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's like... Easyumo pointed out in an internal memo that Star Wars Outlaws' initial sales proved softer than expected, with Yumo pointing out that the critics rated the game 76 out of 100 on Metacritic. I think it's important to note that the user score is far lower at 5.4. Although I wasn't given the figure on what Ubisoft anticipated Outlaws to sell within the first month, the game has just surpassed 1 million units sold at the time of writing, which is... Because remember, they initially were expecting about 7.5 million. That was their initial. And then right when the game released, they because we covered this on this show, they revised it down to about 5.2, 5.3, a little more than 5 million. And now this guy is saying 1 million. It just got to 1 million. So that game, I thought that maybe it would suffer like a 10 to 20% at the most hit financially than its initial projection. I never would have thought that it would have suffered that much. So yeah, that's an abysmal, especially since the last game that studio did, that internal studio massive, was Avatar. Avatar bombed too, but it was a competent game. I platinumed that game. I actually had fun with it. That game is beautiful. It's not buggy. And it's fun. I was like, wait a minute, the studio that made Avatar, because Avatar was the whole thing that Ubisoft was thinking when it came to this Outlaws game was massive, was going to basically be assigned to what was it, the Frost engine or the Anvil engine, whatever the hell it's called. No, Anvil is what they use, is the Assassin's Creed engine. Whatever the engine they're using for like Far Cry and stuff like that. They were basically using Avatar as like training massive to get familiar with that engine, and then they would use that knowledge on Star Wars Outlaws. But somehow Outlaws was like way worse, not just like overall like game, like the game, but just like in technical just competence. So it's like, how did they get worse? It's kind of baffling, to be honest. So let me see, where was I? Its performance has seemingly caused alarm bells to ring at HQ, which not only led to an approval of Assassin's Creed Shadows being delayed to Q1 2025, but to finally putting games back on Steam, request that every Ubisoft team has been pushing for years. So why was Shadows delayed? It's a complicated question without a single answer, but it boils down to a strict development timeline, polishing, and addressing the Japanese community's cultural and historical accuracy concerns. First, let me address some of the wild rumors about Yasuke. So this is the first kind of thing that he debunks. Or not really debunks, he just refutes it. He's not going to be removed, which is... yeah, of course he's not going to be removed. However, sources have said that the team has been actively addressing many of the historical and cultural concerns, which started before the game's reveal following external playtests and were accelerated further following the game's initial reveal and mass feedback. This includes changing some of Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game, fixing architectural details, and ensuring that the game is historically grounded while fitting into the Assassin's Creed universe. Okay, I wanna chat about this with you. Because, okay, this is the setup. They've pushed it back to February 14th. Now, and I've also seen, I think it was Luke Stevens. Luke Stevens is one of these kind of insider YouTubers, but he is more or less honest with people. And I like his content. And he said that his sources tell him that the budget for what they're doing before the February 14th release is about $20 million. Okay?
Okay.
Now, so, I want to basically just kind of chat with you about what do you think... We're going to just speculate, basically. What do you think they're going to change in terms of Yasuke's portrayal in the game?
The design of his katana.
because this is what I'm thinking. Let me, well, first of all, let's address the thing. If you think that Yasuke is going to be removed completely, then you don't have a fucking clue about how game development works.
Yeah, it's too late for that.
There's no fucking way he's going to be removed.
Way too late for that.
And he's not going to become an NPC either. He's still going to be a playable character. Now they said that, like, it says changing some of Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game. What does, because that's the thing, architectural details, changing the, fixing the Chinese architecture to Japanese, that's fine. Those are all static assets. You know what I mean? Hell, a lot of them are probably going to be fixed just by changing the texture of things. You know what I mean? Like, that's no big deal. Hell, even the music, that cringy fucking hip-hop trap music that would play whenever the black guy was on screen, that can also be easily changed. You get into a mixing studio, you drum up a few new tracks, you replace the MP4s in the game files, and you're good to go. That's not hard to do. But in terms of changing Yasuke himself, they say his story and how he's portrayed in the game. I don't know what that means. The delay is just not to have two massive flops so close together on their financials. Yeah, we're going to get into that. So, one of the things, let's say, Mr. Bear says he's going to pitch instead of catch. First of all, lol. But second of all, that's one of the things I think they're going to get rid of. Because remember, there was the whole thing about him like being able to romance both male and female NPCs. Basically, you can also make Yasuke, basically they're making Yasuke bisexual in the game as well, because every black man has got to be emasculated. That's something that they can easily remove. They can remove any kind of non-traditional romance options pretty easily.
Yeah.
That's one thing I can see them doing. Now, his story and portrayal, here's the thing.
Why is there romance in the first place?
What?
Why is there romance in the first place?
I don't know.
Like a romance system for NPCs?
Yeah, like you can romance some... like how like in Odyssey, there was like certain characters that you could fuck?
No.
Oh, well, you could. And the characters are changed based on whether you chose a male or female protagonist. I don't know why they added romancing. The romancing systems don't belong in Assassin's Creed at all.
Yeah, it's just weird.
It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird and stupid. But here's the thing: what goes into creating a playable main character in a game like Assassin's Creed? So you have your story arc, but from a technical level, you have your modeling. Not just you have your modeling, you have your animations, you have your armor sets, you have your combat and move sets, you have your voice acting, your the lip animation that goes with speaking and stuff like that. So when they said like changing his story and how he's portrayed in the game on a budget of $20 million in a time frame of what? 1, 2, 3 months? Because here's the thing. They have to get out a playable demo about a month and a half before release. So, like, if they're going to stick to this schedule, which I think they're going to, they're going to have to put out a demo with it, like, probably like around the middle of January, if not like earlier. Like, probably like between New Year's and like, I would say like in between the first half of January, essentially. They're going to have to put out a demo that people and journalists can play. Because this is the thing. I got my dog and jog, and one of the things that I realized was I was looking back at the BioWare segment that we did last time, and I realized that a lot of the content that I was watching for that story was hands-on from like playtests from like YouTubers and journalists who were brought to BioWare Studios, and they were sat down in a room with a bunch of computers that were demoing the game. And like I said, play the game and do what you will. They had like play tests for people. And I realized that hasn't happened for AC Shadows. Up to the point where it got delayed. I searched for it. I searched on YouTube and online for like anyone who had like done like an extensive hands-on play test. Now, what I did find, I found showcases. Like Luke Stevens, the guy who mentioned earlier, he and a bunch of other people were given like a behind-the-scenes showcase where they stood there or sat there and they watched an Ubisoft person play the game for an extended amount of time. Right? But they didn't get to play it themselves.
Yeah, it's different.
That's very different. Because when an Ubisoft person is playing it, that means that they're very, very controlling about what they're showcasing. That's not a playable demo. And to be honest, and that's when I got to thinking, I was like, man, like, yeah, there's the obvious cultural issue of like, they pulled out of Tokyo Game Show like right at the last minute, right? And it's like maybe they just didn't want a bunch of Japanese people telling Japanese people like, hey, come play our game, or you get to play as a black man killing your kin throughout history. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a good look from a cultural point of view. But I got to thinking, but they also pulled out of the Australia-New Zealand show. So I'm thinking, like, well, what's the common denominator there? The fact that I haven't seen a single person play test it, I just don't think they had a demo.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, the truth is usually more boring. You know what I mean? But I kind of think that, you know, if you're 6 weeks ahead of a release of a major flagship, your flagship series, and you show up at a major event, and the people at the event can't play the game, then what the hell are you there for? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that they just didn't have anything for people to play. Because you know that journalists are going to show up at those events and try to play as much as they can and get their hands on and then write about it that night in their hotel room. You know what I mean? Mm. So I think they just didn't have anything ready for them to play. I think that's why they pull out of the shows. But that's just me speculating. But I'm just sitting here thinking, like, okay, you got a $20 million budget. You're stuck on this timeline. You're going to have to get some kind of playable thing about 6 weeks ahead, which is like the first half of January, which means you realistically now have 2.5 months, right? How much can you realistically change? And then here's the other thing, is that there's no way to know what they change, because we don't have anything to compare it to, because nobody's played it yet. So this could all just be fucking lip service. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what this looks like, because that's the thing, like, maybe they're adding new quests, or they're doing this or that, or something like that. But here's the thing. The voice actors and all of the video game actors, they went on strike back in August, remember? And they're still on strike. So unless they had like a continuation agreement, which I doubt, because all of their contracts probably ended before the strike happened. So why would you're not going to get a continuation on a completed contract, obviously. So you don't have voice actors, or you don't have anybody to do mocap. You don't have anybody to do voice acting. Like, you see what I'm saying here? Like,
yeah,
there's nowhere for them to go in terms of where Yasuke is right now. The only thing I can see them doing is removing things. I can't see them really adding things. And like, so that's why I said, like, I think that the gay romance is gone. Any kind of gay romance is gone. And maybe he had like some dialogue moments where he like lamented about white supremacy or some shit, or I guess Japanese supremacy. I don't know. Maybe he had some like cringe, like obviously like woke dialogue that they can also get rid of. but I don't see them adding anything.
Maybe he meets Yakub and they get rid of that scene.
I want a game playing as Yakub. I want to invent the white race in a video game. Just hilarious because giving his actual historical position here, there's a non-zero chance that he was the sheath to Nobunaga's blade. Maybe you have to pay $6.99 for the Homo DLC. But anyway, so that's my like
I don't
kind
think
of
they would.
that's kind of like my extrapolation about like what this is going to look like, this particular claim. So I just wanted to like what are your thoughts about this?
I don't think they're gonna get rid of the gay relationship.
Really?
Yeah, no.
You think it's
I think they're gonna change as much as they can while keeping the message.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, I just don't know how much they can possibly change. Maybe, but then they don't have the voice actor. God dang it! Because I was thinking maybe
I don't think that they're gonna try to U-turn and make it like unwoke all of a sudden. Right? I don't think they're gonna get rid of that stuff.
they can't, even if they wanted to. Because here's the thing, they're going to release it on February 14th. There's a reason they chose February 14th, and I've said this before. They have to get this game out in this fiscal year, and the fiscal year for Ubisoft ends on March 31st. So they need that 6-week window where the vast majority of cells are made to fall inside this fiscal year. That's why they chose that date.
Yeah. If they're gonna change anything, it's gonna be the design of his weapon. It's gonna be they might maybe like dull down his armor and make it less fucking gaudy.
Okay.
Just to just to make him a bit more humble.
Mm-hmm.
And make him a bit more likable, maybe. I don't know what else to add. I don't know what else they could change.
I know that's the dilemma, isn't it?
Because
like
you said, they might fix some of the architecture. Maybe. Well, the architecture's fucked even from like. It's that the thing with the architecture is that it's not just like the visuals are fucked. It's like the fucking game design is fucked. Right.
Well,
like the map itself is fucked.
Well, the architecture is like floors and doors and stuff like that. I could see them making new assets and swapping them in relatively easily. Because, they have like this massive asset library. They have like this kind of door. You know what I mean? They can easily just make a new asset for that and then just find and replace it across the game. Oh, thank you for the donation.
Babe, can we play the Black Samurai game for Valentine's Day?
Well, that's the thing. It's like
shit, shorty, you fucking got me the Asian hate game, dude. I love doing Asian hate in video games. Doing it in real life just ain't enough. You know what I'm saying, player?
I had to leave early. Also, your donor link is gone. Had to
Thanks,
go
shorty.
Previous stream. Oh shit! Did I not get the description right? Well. Well, thank you, Viking. Thanks for joining. I always appreciate you. Have a good night. So yeah, that's my whole thing about this. Like, it's like they're gonna do all these drastic changes. It's like I don't think they are. And here's the thing: if they didn't have a playable demo by the TGS, which was like 6 weeks before the initial release date of like late November, that $20 million is going towards that. It's going towards getting the architecture fixed, which I think they can do. Music, yeah. Maybe removing or rearranging some quest lines or here and there or something like that. And just general bug fixing, I guess. Really. Because again, they're like kind of going off of Outlaws. And they're like, oh shit, we were planning on just kind of patching up the fixes after release, but it turns out that that's a losing strategy. It needs to be polished on day one. It's like, well, yeah, no shit, dumbass. Because there's a whole thing about Eves who is like, oh, like gamers expect like super polished games. Good night. Super polished games day one. It's like, no, we expect just like competent games day one. Like,
Yeah.
like if
Have
you're
you
not
seen what FromSoft mentioned recently?
FromSoft.
Yeah, they're increasing the base pay for.
Oh, that's on my docket for tonight. But yeah, I totally saw that. We can do that now.
I can send it to you if you want to add it just for contrast.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go find it again.
Oh, I have it. I have it up. I can bring it up.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you grab it.
I'm prepared. It's just on a different tab.
Boy, it's just the sheer contrast, right? And like a lot of people are like, oh my god, but that's not even like a lot of money, dude. It's an entry position for a new graduate. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's in Japan. This is not like you're like, oh my god, that's like not even like a lot of money. You're in, brother.
Yeah, it's
maybe not for you because you're a fucking like moron living in fucking Cali, right?
there. You go.
But yeah, dude, fucking increasing base salaries by 11.8% and offering more to new graduates.
Mhm.
Right? The numbers that they gave out, right? So, monthly graduates are going from that much money to that much money. That's how much money a month I need to make to be like somewhat sustainable. Like unless, and I live in fucking Miami, dog. I don't want to hear that that's not a lot of money for a fucking entry position. You're a fucking idiot. If you don't think that's a lot of fucking money for an entry position, especially in Japan where the cost of living is less expensive than here,
Yeah.
you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Yeah. The yen is weak against the dollar right now too. So this is a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot, dog. Like I'm sorry, but if you somehow in your brain are just like, oh my god, wow, that's not even like a lot of money, like blah, 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 you're a fucking moron.
Mm-hmm.
You need to like go back to school. Like, what the fuck are you on?
But the whole point is, it's like it doesn't matter that it's a lot. The fact is that it's positive growth, whereas Ubisoft is negative. You know, and everywhere else in the West is negative. That's the amount isn't really relevant. You know, the fact that they're getting a raise is an anomaly. You know,
and again, this is for new graduates. They're doing. Go scroll up again. Because that's just the values for new graduates. Scroll all the way to the top. All the way to the top. Actually, it's right there. It's right there. It's approximately 11.8 base salaries. That's across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Boosting basic salaries for enrolled employees.
So it's 11.8 for everybody, and then even more to new graduates.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. And new graduates, these are people who just graduated college, and this is their entry level into the industry.
Yeah, they just started playing. Or not playing, they just started working on this, right?
Yeah.
Like they just graduated, they're getting into the company, right? And they hired them fresh out of college, or fresh out of, wherever.
Damn, dude, can you imagine being
working?
a green game dev and your first gig is with From Software? How fucking awesome would that be?
That'd be awesome.
Oh man, talk about just like lucking out and getting into like the one of the it'd be like getting into Rockstar like right out of college, you know?
Yeah, it's just like it's one of the safest places to work at as far as like gaming, just because they make quality products, they make sales, they make all their budgets, right? Like they're growing as a company rather than getting smaller. They're actively hiring, or not just hiring, but also promoting people in the company to serve as game directors, right? So it's not just Miyazaki directing games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're talking about a company that's on its way up, you know? And it's still making incredibly high quality products.
Yeah. And like I said, like, because people are like, oh, this is it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder release date. And it's going to be pushed back like way further. No, it's not.
I doubt it.
No, it's not. You want to know why it's not? Because Assassin's Creed is like the linchpin that keeps that company afloat. And they can't afford to delay. Because this is the thing, like if Shadows gets delayed, then the whole Assassin's Creed pipeline gets delayed. They can't afford that. They have to get the game out with this fiscal year. And then they can shift because what you're going to see, in January, in like the first half of January, you're going to see, if they do this right, you're going to see a demo hit, like maybe Steam, because this is going to be day one Steam,
I don't know if they're gonna put out a public demo.
You don't think so? They should.
No.
If they're smart, they would.
When's the last time they did that for an Assassin's Creed? When's the last time Ubisoft did that for any game?
Well, that's why this is unique, though. Like,
True.
I feel like this is a scenario where they would actually gain some goodwill by putting out a demo. But you're at least going to see a marketing push. You're going to see, like, a new trailer cut. You're going to see a new gameplay showcase or whatever, and you're going to see a new marketing push. Up until then, they're going to be mostly silent.
I don't think they're going to put out a demo, because if they did that, it would be the same result as Concord, where more people download and play the demo than buy the game. I genuinely
that's a possibility. Yeah, that's a possibility. Well, here's the thing, though,
people are gonna
is that
play it, they're going to see it like, wow, this sucks, and then they're not going to buy it.
They are going to need to somehow regain at least some of that earned marketing, though. You know, like the influencer marketing, the free marketing. So they're gonna at least need to have something available to play for, like, the Luke Stevens of the world, people that they invite into the studio, and then they can sit down, have a hands-on with the game for like a whole afternoon, and then they can go write their articles about pros and cons of what they think about the game. Like, they're gonna need to do that, because they need to regain at least some of that earned marketing, you know. Because right now the earned marketing is negative. It's actually hurting them.
I can't wait for, like, extremely obviously biased, like, paid out reviews. Yippee!
Well, yeah, well, they have to do something. They have to do something.
Yeah.
There has to be some kind of independent media push. There has to be something. And I'll tell you right now, chat, I am absolutely going to play this day one. Since I've kind of become like become a pseudo Assassin's Creed streamer to a degree. I am going to play this day one, because I'm just so damn curious now. But most people aren't. Now,
why would they do what they need to do when diversity and inclusion is more important? Well, their back's against the wall.
Yeah, exactly. Their backs against the wall.
If this isn't the wake-up call, if this isn't the moment where they do something, yeah.
Their backs against the wall by Tencent.
Yeah. If this isn't the moment where they do something major and flip the script, that's it. They're going through that wall, dog. They're gonna get fucking shoved.
And you know what?
Clean through the fucking like fucking brick.
And here's the other thing about it. Like, Debian said this in his most recent video as well. He said, like, I don't want to see the games industry burn. I want it to thrive with good games that we all want to actually play. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, that's where I'm at too. You know?
I think most people are.
Especially since I recently bought a bunch of Ubisoft stock.
The people that want to see the games industry burn are the people that are actively burning it. You know?
Well,
it's the people that push it, and they tell you. Chat, believe them when they tell you what they're going to do and what they want, because they just straight up tell you.
Yeah, but they tell you what they mean to do. Believe them, you know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
What was that one guy recently? What was it? Sweet Baby? I think it was Sweet Baby.
Frank.
There was a guy recently who said.
Frank just said that I pissed away that buddy. Wait, say it again. Sweet Baby. What? Kim Belair?
No, I don't remember who it was. It was recent someone that.
Oh, the black dude who said his goal is literally to burn the industry to the ground?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Like, dude, like they literally will tell you.
Mm-hmm. When they tell you their intentions, believe them. No, actually, Frank, I'm gonna get to that. I'm actually happy that I bought stock, and I'll show you why in a bit. But so the most recent news about this whole fiasco is how Tencent and the Guillemot family actually, like, I started saying like Guillemot family or GLF or GILF. So they said to consider so they're both in talks actually for Tencent to buy out the company. let's see, Tencent Holdings and Ubisoft Entertainment SA's founding Guillemot family are considered options, including a potential buyout of the French video game developer after it lost more than half its market value this year, according to people familiar with the matter. The Chinese tech company and Guillemot brothers have been speaking with advisors to help explore ways to stabilize Ubisoft and bolster its value, the people said. Asked not to be identified discussing a private matter. One of the possibilities being discussed would involve teaming up to take the company private, according to the people. Ubisoft shares rose as much as 33% in Paris on Friday following the Bloomberg News report. Ha ha! Where is it? There it is. So this is what happened right after this buyout news came out. The stock went from down here to up here. And guess what? I bought it like right about here.
Nice.
So I am up. And here's the thing. Is that if this buyout happens, I'm going to get paid a premium, which means a higher than higher than 100% value on the buyout. So I actually stand to gain from my little. I actually stand to flip the Ubisoft stock actually that I bought. I bought 100 shares. I spent a decent amount. Now I bought the American side of it, which is only like $2 and change per share. So I spent like $250 basically for a couple hundred shares. But in the news, so I was interested in. I watched a what's his name? Biolab News. I watched a Biolab News video recently, and at the very end of it, it's about all this Ubisoft shit. At the very end of it, he drops a name that I was not expecting, and then he just glosses over it, and the video ends, and it's never spoken of again. That name was because I checked after I heard the name. Can you please read for me all the people that are CC'd here? If you could see it, it might be too small for you.
Mr. Yves Guillemot, CEO and Chairman, Ubisoft Entertainment. Say, Tencent Holdings Ltd, Guillemot Family Holdings, Ubisoft Shareholders, KKR Vivendi, Blackstone.
Vivendi. That's the word that Biolab News dropped, and just never spoke about it again. Well, he said he spoke about it in the video prior to that video, and I went back and watched that video, and I swear to God, I never heard Vivendi brought up. But Vivendi is in the picture here, because this is the letter that AJ Investors, remember that the group remember the proxy war I discussed on the last episode? That's AJ Investors Group is leading that proxy war. This is their letter. This is them asking people to join their proxy war. Why in the hell would they be CCing Vivendi in here if Vivendi didn't recently buy stock in the company? Do you know what the history of the Tencent buyout is and Vivendi with Ubisoft?
No.
Let me get into it. Because this was fascinating to me, and I cannot believe that nobody is talking about the Vivendi angle of this thing. So this is back in 2018. Vivendi is selling Ubisoft stake for $2.5 billion and ends battle for control of the company. So back in 2018, Vivendi bought a fuck ton of Ubisoft stock with the intention of using their shareholder power to basically control the company. Vivendi has wanted to own Ubisoft for a long fucking time. And the Tencent buyout that happened was the thing that staved off a takeover from Vivendi. So let me get into this. So French media giant Vivendi is selling its stake in Ubisoft for 2 billion euros, $2.45 billion, to investors including Chinese tech titan Tencent, ending a potential takeover battle for the French video games maker. Billionaire Vincent Bolloré's Vivendi, which had been raising its holding in Ubisoft, has agreed to sell its 27.3% stake in the company. That's more than a quarter of the company that they had. Best known for instance, Tencent Holdings, which dominates China's mobile gaming market, is investing almost 70 million euros for a 5% stake, while the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, whatever the fuck that is spending spending 250 million. Oh, so I said 370. I thought that was a dollar sign. Sorry, 370 million. So Tencent is investing 370, and whatever the fuck this teacher's pension plan is, spending $250 million for a 3.5% stake. So Ubisoft and Tencent will also form a strategic partnership to boost Ubisoft's reach into China, the world's largest video game market, with estimated sales of $32.5 billion last year. That would be 2017, according to data from gaming consultancy Newzoo. The move represents a strategic setback for Vivendi, which has pledged to make video gaming one of its key pillars, along with advertising, music, and pay TV. You have to remember that Ubisoft is like the biggest gaming company that's based in Europe, right? Vivendi is another like French company, and they want to own Ubisoft, and they have for a long time now. As part of the deal with Vivendi, has committed to not acquire any further shares in Ubisoft for 5 years. This happened in 2018, which means sometime in 2023, those 5 years went up. I think that Vivendi has bought a significant share in Ubisoft. I can't see it because I don't have like access. I have a brokerage account, but I don't pay like a massive premium to get like the business to business insider daily stock trades and stuff like that. If I did, I could have looked this up and seen it, but I can't verify this. I think Vivendi, the 5 years came up and they were allowed to buy stock again. And where's the stock at now? It's in the gutter. Now, granted, if you look at this stock chart, where is it? Go with the stock chart. I'm going to go year to date. So, this is, oh wait, no, I want 1 year. Give me 1 year. So, we're getting back into 2023. So 2023 though, it was actually pretty high, right? I actually think that they actually saw the downward trend and they waited. I actually think that they purchased it this year. I'm guessing they purchased it at like, I don't know, Q2, Q3, when it's down here somewhere in this range. Because they see this downward trend, and they basically, they're trying to buy it, they're trying to get the most bang for their buck in their second attempt to take over the company. And so that, they were allowed to buy again back here somewhere, but they saw the downward trend and just started waiting. And then they pulled the trigger at a strategic opportunity. Now, this is me speculating completely, chat. I have no knowledge of this. This is me just extrapolating. And I think that Vivendi has bought it, because this is the thing. Let me go back to this deal that with Tencent, between Tencent and Vivendi and Ubisoft. Let's see. 5 years. Vivendi's stake building since 2015 has prompted Ubisoft's founding Guillemot family to court Canadian investors to fend off any hostile takeover. See, this is the thing. Like, since 2015, Vivendi has been nipping at the Guillemot brothers' heels for acquisition of Ubisoft. They want to own this company, and they're willing to do it by hostile takeover. Which basically, they have the power to do it, but the board disagrees, but they do it anyway because they can. After the sale, Vivendi will remain active in video gaming throughout its acquisition of mobile game maker Gameloft. Mobile game maker Gameloft, which means that Gameloft is in direct competition with Tencent, which is also founded by Guillemot brother, but is much smaller than Ubisoft. Along with the investments from Tencent and Ontario Teachers, the deal also includes a share buyback by Ubisoft that adds up to 8.1% stake, as well as a share purchase by Guillemot brothers and an accelerated book building with institutional investors. Ubisoft said Vivendi had approached it several weeks ago about its intention eventually to sell its stake. Ubisoft started tapping up potential investors at that stage. Tencent, Asia's biggest listed firm with a market value of about $540 billion, is investing heavily to expand its gaming empire. Remember, this was written back in 2018. We know how expansive Tencent's empire is at this point. It launched some of its top games overseas last year, and last month invested $3 billion in Chinese peer Shanda Games. The firm, which stretches from social media to online payment, announced a strong fourth quarter profit on Wednesday, but said mobile gaming revenue growth had slowed. Now, here's the thing that this article doesn't mention, and I learned this from Luke Stevens, is that this Tencent, the way that Tencent bought all these shares is that the Guillemot brothers they have, like, imagine like all the shares as a pie. right? The Guillemot brothers own like a big chunk of this pie, like a third of it, right? And then Vivendi owned like 25% of the company outside of that pie, right? What Tencent did is they came in and they bought up 49% of the Guillemot brothers portion of the shares. Okay? And that made the Guillemot brothers billionaires overnight because they sold their personal shares. They liquidated almost half the shares, so they still control their portion of the shares, but they got billions for it. So they became billionaires overnight with the Tencent deal. And then Vivendi, they sell off theirs, which produces this gap that it's talking about. That 8.1% gap that allows other investors to come in and snag that up. So the Guillemot brothers become billionaires, but a part of that Tencent deal is that Tencent isn't allowed to buy any further shares and become basically able to control the company. Guess what? That time limit has changed. And that's why now the Guillemot brothers are going to Tencent and being like, hey, what if you guys buy out the company, but we strike a deal where, yeah, you guys own it, but we kind of stay in control of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I have to wonder if the whole reason they're doing this is because they're trying to stop Vivendi from taking over the company again.
Well, from trying to again.
Because that's the thing. Vivendi is working with AJ and Blackstone and KKR. But AJ is working with Vivendi to try to force this takeover. So, I don't know, chat. I know that this is... I mean, does it sound outrageous? It doesn't seem outrageous to me, but maybe I'm just like too stuck in my own head and I'm stretching too much yarn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I am speculating that it's my personal speculation that Vivendi is actually a catalyst for this takeover decision or potential takeover decision. But I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there because I thought that it was like it's a really interesting angle that no one seems to be talking about. But anyway, like I said, after this happened, after this buyout rumor happened, the stock prices go up near 30%. Because it's like basically anything is better than now, and Tencent is a proven, entity that knows how to make money.
Yeah.
And they can afford to pay a massive premium to buy out the rest of the company. They're one of very few companies that can do it. So the shareholders are like, oh yeah, that means that they're going to pay well over 100% of the current value. We're going to make money off of this. So that's why the stock went up. And I'm happy because I bought my stock like less than a week ago. And then
good timing.
Yeah, that was the idea. It's a worthwhile gamble, good research. The pension fund seems odd to me. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that the teachers' pension fund is. Some Canadian thing. It's some kind of Canadian thing. I think pension fund. That's what like BlackRock is. BlackRock, they're pension fund managers. I think it's the same kind of entity, but it's like from Canada, which is why they have like hundreds of millions of dollars to invest. I think that's what it is.
What was it called again?
The teachers. This one. Ontario Teachers Pension Plan. I think that's what it is. It's a pension investment firm, just like BlackRock is. But they only deal with the teachers' pensions in Canada. I think.
Yeah, it's one of the largest pension plans in the world. Ontario Teachers invest strategically across key market sectors, living steady return. Ah! I need water.
Yeah, you do.
I need water.
That's a low-risk hedge fund, so man, it seems odd to take that big a risk. Yeah, right? They know something we don't. Might be right on the future buyout. I think I am.
It is a multi-employer pension plan jointly sponsored by the Government of Ontario and the Ontario Teachers Federation.
Okay, so it's government-backed. Okay, that's why they have tons of money. Okay. All right. Oh man, and now the question is, if the buyout happens, what happens to Ubisoft? This is what happens. Ubisoft might cut staff by 40%, or around 8,000 people amid rumors of buyouts, because you know that's what happens whenever there's a buyout. You get a massive gutting of middle and upper management, and usually you get some consolidation. I think that if this buyout happens, you're going to see, I don't know if the Eves brothers stay in charge or not. Tencent has all the leverage at this point. They very well could say, we'll buy out everything, and you guys can fuck off and take your billions and write it into the sunset. And I think that the Guillemot brothers might be privy to that. It's a matter of pride to them whether or not they stay in control. We'll see. But I think that Tencent actually has the leverage to take them out, because I think that Tencent has been behaving as a passive investor for since they bought it up until right around now, because they've been forced to by that deal. Now they have the opportunity to actually take it over, and I think the Guillemot brothers might be like, well, as long as Vivendi doesn't get it, fine. We'll take our billions and write off. Vivendi doesn't get our company. Everything's right. You know what I mean? I think that could be the story that eventually ends up getting told. But when a buyout happens, like I said, upper and middle management get gutted like crazy. And then usually there's a lot of turnover in the bottom ranks as well because of two reasons. One, demoralization. Well, that's the main reason. One is demoralization, and two is just the general direction that the company is going. What does Tencent specialize in? I'm actually...
Movies!
Remember, these are the guys...
Movies and no black people!
Well, they're Chinese, but remember, these are the guys behind League of Legends.
Oh.
Yeah, they own League of Legends. So they're good at... They specialize in two things. One would be monetization. The other one would be mobile gaming. Right? If they buy out Ubisoft, gut the management, and then start shifting projects into being mobile focused, a lot of the devs are gonna leave just because they don't want to be involved in that kind of gaming. And then another big chunk will leave just because of chaos and demoralization. You know, so you're gonna see a massive restructure. Now, the thing is I actually feel like what they'll do is they will keep the two franchises that they are really they can really bank on, which is Assassin's Creed and Rainbow Six. They will create heavily monetized mobile game sister apps to mainline games. I actually think that they'll keep the mainline games going. They're capable of doing that. But they'll have mobile companion apps like they did for Unity. You remember that? They had that. They'll have that, and it'll be all monetized and shit like that, and it'll be linked into the game and all this other shit. And I guarantee
manage your brotherhood from your phone.
And the first one will be Assassin's Creed Jade, because that's already basically it's being billed as Assassin's Creed Odyssey that you can play on your phone, essentially. And yeah, I mean, I want to play that personally. You know what I mean? That sounds I would love to be able to do that. Play a game on my tablet like that. That's fucking cool. You don't think that Tencent's gonna salivate at that idea? The mobile and monetization kings of the gaming world, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we shall see what'll happen. But no matter what happens, major changes are going to happen at Ubisoft, no matter what permutation that takes. Assassin's Creed Shadow will release in February. They're not going to replace the Yasuke. They're probably not even going to change the story that much. And you're never going to know what they changed anyway, because no one has anything to compare it to. They'll probably fix the architecture. Probably swap out some music, that trap music shit. Maybe do a few modifications to a few static models like armor and stuff like that. And they're going to try to fix the bugs as much as they can. Because what you're going to do is in January, you're going to see that marketing blitz, and pre-orders are going to come back available again. I bet you that happens in January. They're going to new trailer, and then the end of the trailer is going to be like pre-orders now available, right? And then the pre-orders are going to come back up. They're going to have pre-orders on Steam, which I don't know. Tom over here, he thinks that that's going to help the numbers solid and are likely to rise further given that Steam release announcement. I mean, they'll rise a bit, but let's be real. Ubisoft, especially Assassin's Creed, their primary appeal is to super casual gamers. And super casual gamers are on console. They're not on PC. So I don't think that this Steam is going to do a huge bump for them. But here's the other thing. This is kind of like the last point I want to talk about, is that Ubisoft is ending 3-day early access. They're getting rid of the paid DLC, at least for the first package. They're engaging in consumer-friendly changes. And I think that they should that should be a mark in their favor. I think credit should be given where it's due. And if the game comes released and they do end up fixing all the bugs and they fix the architecture and they do what they can, I think that should... Now, that doesn't mean, like, go buy the game, but that should be at least appreciated. Be like, hey, thank you for actually bothering to, like, try to make as much change as you could in the predicament that in the rock... they're stuck about doing a rock in the hard place. We should understand that, and I think that they should be giving some amount of grace and saying, like, hey, thank you for trying. It was too little too late, but if you continue that commitment going forward, maybe you go into Hex and you'd be like, you know what? Hex isn't too far along in development. It's not supposed to come out till like 2026 or some shit. Because their main thing next year is going to be the Black Flag remaster. And that's going to sell like crazy. Everybody loves that game. You know what I mean? I can't wait to stream that again. So, Hex might get pushed out to 2026. And they're like, you know what? We're going to go back to Hex and we're going to do the same monetization changes here. We're going to, maybe not do some blatant lesbian fucking coven witches shit. Who knows? But the possibility is there for them to actually regain some goodwill. And I think that we as gamers who have been criticizing the shit out of them should applaud them for trying to actually change their ways in the direction that we want them to go. You know what I mean? I guess that's my plea. My plea to keep people's heads above water and not get so sucked into this drowning frenzy that a lot of people seem to be in. Just laughing at Ubisoft, being like, I'm so happy to see it burnt to the ground. It's just like, no, I don't want to see it burnt to the ground. I want to see it reformed. You know what I mean? Because that's the other option that the Guillemot brothers have. Ultimately, what if you just started making good games that sold millions and millions of copies and make you money again? That's another option.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just quit sucking dick.
Yeah.
Just fucking make something good.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Asian Arctic is ready to change someone's hard work on those buildings and because they're not respecting their hard work and inclusion in creating a toxic work environment. Well, again though, Frank, they're up against the wall. Ass out, head down. You know what I mean? At this point they've already said that they're doing these things. So we shall see. That's what I had on this stuff. So if there's anything you want to go back to or iterate on, I am welcome to it.
No, I really had nothing to add. It's just one of those things where it's just yeah.
I know. I kind of.
You kind of covered it all. It's just here's the thing, if you're gonna change anything, it's like you said, it's gonna be minor stuff, right? And I think you're right. And there should be some positive reinforcement for that, right? Because otherwise, it's gonna be wow, we did our best. We tried to change things. We tried to cater to them a little bit, right? And they didn't even appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little too late, But for what it's worth, more of this, and US are making a profit.
And here's the thing: is that one of the most common criticisms that I have for the quote unquote wokeists is that the ones that constantly demand representation and the alphabet mafia and all this shit is that no matter what they're given, it's never enough.
You shouldn't be the same, yeah.
Don't be the same, chat. Don't be the it's never enough guy. You know what I mean? Don't fall into that hypocrisy trap. So I'm just trying to introduce a little bit of tact. I guess that's what I'm trying to do here. Is just like remain vigilant, but be tactful. You know. So, okay. If there's no final comments, I got a few more rapid fire so that we can wrap up. So I got one more section. That hurricane section, chat. I had a whole window of a bunch of tabs covering P Diddy, but that'll come another time. That'll come another time. Maybe literally. Who knows? Let me see here. Let me get this last window set up for everybody.
Yeah, that story's not done. There's still plenty of time for new stuff to...
Yeah, exactly. Let me turn that down.
Cover that one, there's more.
Let's see. Which one is it? Crap, I gotta get the actual...
Weird, it's a closed barrel, but new fish keep appearing. It's crazy.
Which one is it?
Oh wow, it's crazy. There's a whole fucking underground tunnel network underneath this barrel.
That actually turned out to be not true, the tunnel thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I looked into it and I was like, oh, it's not real.
Aww.
Yeah,
I thought Diddy was in line with the Jews.
I wanted it to be real so much, but it wasn't. I was like, man, that sucks. I so wanted it to be real. I didn't even get to the Godot engine either, too. There's 2 stories that I didn't even get to. But that's okay. We're going to start...
Penguins reply.
Start right here. And we bring this back over. And then I got to share it with chat. Let me switch over the shorts to chat. There it is. All right. So first rapid fire. We went over the Nintendo versus Palworld lawsuit last time, and kind of
we did.
Yeah. It wasn't a super long segment, but we kind of covered what we know thus far. Well, that has now developed. Amid more patent filings, legal experts speculate Nintendo is aiming to repeat the Pokemon vs. Palworld lawsuit in U.S. courts. So they are trying to squeeze as much blood from this bullshit patent law stone as possible. So as reported by Yahoo Japan and translated by Automaton Media, patent attorney Kiyoshi Kudahara has posited that a U.S. patent infringement may soon be filed against the Japanese original. As previously reported, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have alleged that in their development of Palworld, developer Pocket Pair violates several of their divisional patents related to third-person monster catching and releasing mechanics, i.e. fishing or hunting. Fucking bullshit. But these divisional patents were filed after Palworld's early access launch. The fact that the current system allows for such patents to cite the approval date of their parent patent as their own has allowed Nintendo to retroactively file suit against Pocket Pair. So in the U.S., 2 of these relevant patents are Bleu and Bleu, both of which have been filed but are notably still pending.
Yeah, these are new patents. Those are dates.
Exactly.
Well, kind of dates.
02, 8604, 2024, 02, 78. Let me click on one of these. Non-transitory computer-readable storage medium having stored their in-game program, game system information processing apparatus, and information processing method. What the absolute fuck did I just read? What a fucking word salad. Jesus. How could anybody interpret this?
Just keep adding more fucking commas, dog.
Oh my
fine.
God.
Fit as much as you can.
Let me actually think if I can interpret this. Non-transitory... Oh, wait. It says in an example. Okay, here we go. Of a game program, a ground-boarding target object or an air-boarding target object is selected by a selection operation, and a player character is caused to board... Oh, this is the mount system. The mount system that transitions from flying to running or swimming. And I'm guessing the other one must be the catching... storage medium storing game program. Aiming direction in a virtual... Yeah, so this is the Pokeball system. Okay. And so, as Kirihara explained, the former has already been received a non-final rejection. So this is the thing. So, U.S. patent law is more restrictive than Japanese patent law. So one of these has already received a rejection, although it's not finalized, but it's not likely to happen. As Section 101 of the U.S. Patent Act,
if something is seen as abusive, it's denied.
Yeah, here the patent laws are much better. They make more sense here than in Japan. At present, it can be said that examination of software-related inventions is generally stricter in the U.S. than in Japan. Yeah, exactly. Given how the Nintendo and the Pokemon Company seem to be rushing to get their U.S. patents sorted, Kurihara theorizes that they are preparing to file a similar patent infringement case in the U.S. And even so, he feels they have a tightrope act of amending patents to avoid rejection while remaining usable in court. So he's actually saying that Nintendo actually doesn't have as surefire of a chance as a lot of people thought. They actually are running a lot of risk here. Andrew Velzen, in an editorial for GameIndustry.biz, also notes those U.S. patents under the application numbers blah blah were both filed after the launch of Palworld. So I think this was the confusion. Remember, the initial confusion was like all these patents were filed in Japan after Palworld launched, which is bullshit. Well, it's the U.S. versions that were filed after Palworld launched.
Both receiving for Track 1 service. Explain the process.
They're basically looking for expedition. Or expediting the process. Because they want to get the lawsuit out. Velzen notes that they were both rejected in July of this year. So they were both rejected in July. And have until mid and late October to amend the patents to remain under Track 1. So I will definitely keep track of this around Halloween when we'll know if they actually succeeded or not. Because I want to keep tracking this. Because, I mean, honestly, let's see. According to Velez, if litigation principles used successfully in Japan and no global settlement is reached and the claims in the patent applications above do not require substantial modification in order to arrive at allowance, and Nintendo will undoubtedly have the opportunity to file a similar suit for patent infringement in the U.S. But these are big, big ifs, he says. He says that there's a real big chance that that they fail, essentially. Because I also want to say, this happened. Palworld is getting a mobile game by PUBG's publisher. And this deal was signed after the lawsuits dropped. So, Palworld is just forging ahead. They are making deals left and right to blow this thing up around the planet. And I have to wonder if, a part of this is hey, I know we're doing this deal for Pocket, but we're this lawsuit with Nintendo. Any chance that we can, reach into your PUBG's vast lawyerly resources and kind of pool together an Avengers-style team of, lawyers? Because, remember, they also signed with, that anime company?
Yeah.
And, they're partnering with all these major players in different media systems, like anime and music and now mobile gaming. You know what I mean? I always wonder if they're trying to amalgamate this Avengers team of super lawyers from all these different industries to battle it out with Nintendo in the most epic courtroom fight in gaming history. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have to wonder.
Lawyer man.
Yeah. It's
no,
Gold.
You can't say that.
Goldstein. Goldstein. I choose you.
No, you can't say that either. We patented that too. Damn it.
But yeah, I just wanted to just mention that there is still ongoing developments in this lawsuit that nobody's talking about. Aniplex, and Sony itself. So they're partnering with major players in sister industries.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of speculation to be had, but I'm seeing a lot of sparks flying in this lawsuit in the future, and I want to keep tracking.
I would really love to see I'm imagining in my in my head, right? Nintendo's the big bad on his way to go beat up a little Bruce Banner and fucking Palworld just oh I have friends, and then
Yeah.
just hulks out and starts fucking slamming him around like the fucking Thor in Avengers 1.
Oh man, God, dude, I want that to happen so bad. I would love that
Same.
meme to be made because I made a meme for the thumbnail for the segment I released on Friday about when we talked about the lawsuit. It's fucking perfect. When you get the chance, Jack, go look at it because I was rather proud of that meme that I made.
I'm curious.
But anyway, I wanted to just bring up that this is still an ongoing developing system. It's not just like gone dark, and it looks like I'm sure we'll get more reporting right after October when this deadline hits. In other news,
Jealous lawsuit. I choose you.
yeah, see, I'm proud of that one. Oh man. Western Zenless Zone Zero fans lose their minds after Hoyoverse debunks lesbian Caesar King headcanon. So this is basically Hoyo fags being Hoyo fags. That's what this is. So
She's
they basically. Oh, I know. I got her. I don't know if Jazz has her yet, but if he doesn't, I'm gonna rub it in his face.
I think he does.
Oh, he does. He was pretty adamant about getting her. So, but apparently there's like they release like these videos, and there's like headcanon that she's like a lesbian dommy mommy or whatever. And no, it turns out that she's actually like a straight, like actually very coy in relationship. Like she looks like an absolute like Stacy in this video. She's got King on her fucking chest here with this fucking. Honestly, it looks like something out of space, Warhammer 40k shield.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. She looks fucking awesome here, but apparently, like in relationships, she's like super coy and very feminine and everything. And basically, all the last 10 seconds of that trailer was unnecessary. It really reduces how powerful a character Caesar could be. But it said they reduced her to waifu. It's like, well, here's the thing: people like waifu. They don't like whatever the hell you think it was.
He's straight. You.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I bet you most of these women are also straight. Like I bet you anything in the world.
You think it's just like mass, like delusional projection kind of shit going on? I don't know.
I think it's for the same reason why people like why you see like a lot of the women that are like pushing for. Well, Bears is also true. I think as well, but I think it's the same reason like why you see like a lot of like straight women pushing again like the like fat friendly stuff and like the like LGBT stuff.
Oh yeah,
and
by making them lesbian, by convincing a woman that she's lesbian, they're removed from the dating market towards men. Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I do think this is a lot of this the same. I think most of the people that are women, quote unquote, right, are just jealous that men love these characters.
Homoverse.
And they don't want men to have access to like these cute female characters, right? And like people fantasize about them instead of them. That, and as Bear said, quote unquote, women. I think the rest of them are trans, like genuinely.
Yeah, I could totally see that. But anyway, it's the same people who they try to boycott. What is it? What's the one that Jazz plays?
I think a very small amount of people that are upset about this are actually
Genshin.
I genuinely feel that way. Same sort of women who think a bi woman can only date women, or it's forced to, or is forced to give up her bi card. Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, we could armchair psychology like crazy on this. It's just hilarious because my whole thing, it's just hilarious that there's all of these mentally ill weirdos who constantly try to boycott and complain about Hoyoverse, but they always just come crawling back, and it's hilarious to me. Because you think these people are gonna stop playing ZZZ?
There's nothing more awful women hate than a man being happy without them, bro. I think like a lot of people think that like oh my god, like They're just like misandrous. They hate men. They don't hate men. They're just jealous of the things that men like.
Yeah.
That's what it actually is.
Well, they're also
it's like,
jealous.
It's so painfully obvious.
They're also jealous of like how relatively simplistic the male mind is, and they lament it. Like that's where the whole like how often do you think about the Roman Empire, or do men actually like are men actually okay living like this? And it's just like a lawn chair and like a TV on the ground and an Xbox.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And
dude,
and men are like,
that's nice.
yeah, the men are just like, yes, the only reason we get all that materialistic shit is to attract women. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
like they lament how simplistic men are. But anyway, this was just, I don't want to get into this like this really isn't any depth to this. It's just something to point and laugh at. It's just, you know, Homoverse being Homoverse again. So, and then I have one last bit because we blew our load on the From Software raising their pay rates. We're just gonna move on to, speaking of waifus, the first Descendant just announced the ultimate
Scroll
version.
down. Look at Penguin's reply. Scroll down just a little bit.
I gotta be careful here.
No, it's safe.
Oh, okay. But
it's her.
I want to
freaking
save
out,
this.
And then there's a ghost in the background of her. She's also freaking out.
I want to save this. I need to save this. This is perfect. But yeah, they announced
Outside
the
brain and inside brain in sync.
they announced the ultimate version of Freya. You don't need the music, but I'm just gonna let you enjoy this along with all the rest of this chat. God damn, dude.
when women
Jesus.
when women, Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Holy Mother of God. Christ on a boat.
There's something wrong with the anatomy on that thigh, and I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you I don't care.
I don't give a shit. Like, Korea, just bravo. I don't even want to grind for this. I want to just pay for this outright. I don't give a damn. Like, like, holy shit, dude. Like, we're getting, like, this is what Korea is delivering, chat. This is what they are delivering. Holy hell.
I'm inclined to try it again, says typing. Let me download that game again.
Oh, I know, right?
I'm just suddenly inclined, you know?
I told you recently what my like current like
the gameplay looks interesting.
What my current rotation of like gotchas and casual games are. I really need to add this back in.
Have they implemented the new gameplay settings for the disabled people? I may or may not really need those one-handed settings, like right now.
Oh man. Well, with that was the last bit I had for the night. So, yeah, I wanted to end it on a high note.
I love the reply from Dark Lord Diggy. Not gonna lie, I have a live wallpaper now. With like soft smile and the nod.
But that's the thing, like you give us serviceable gameplay, beautiful characters, and gamers will throw money at you. You know? That's all it takes. So anyway, that's all I've got. I'm gonna end it there. I wanted to end it here so that we can like linger on this image until the end of the show. It's strategic, chat. But anyway, do you have any final thoughts or comments about anything we talked about?
Women are hot, and hurricanes suck, But almost not as much as our government. And Ubisoft hates the Japanese, but now gets bought out by the Chinese.
We had two. I had two other like bigger stories planned actually that we just didn't get to because I didn't want to cut down on the hurricane stuff because I know that wasn't. I knew that wasn't going to be the most popular topic for this show. But I just.
It's an important one to talk about.
I just needed to do it. I just felt like I needed to do it because it affects you. It affects other people in the collective. It affects my friends, and it's gonna start affecting me too. So I guess I needed to get it out there. But with that, we got some plans coming up in October. Why don't you tell the chat about them?
Yeah. Next week, starting on Tuesday. Probably at 7:30 p.m. We might delay it an hour for Yontrix, depending on whether I can get out of work. But for the Until Dawn playthrough, it's gonna be Tuesday, Friday, and then Tuesday again. For that, and it's gonna be a bunch of us. All right, it's gonna be a big roster of friends. Jesus, fucking my soul wanted to escape my body.
It sounded like it.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I just kind of sounded like your voice was just like, ooh, like my soul's leaving.
But October 8th, 11th, and 15th, we'll be playing Until Dawn. It's gonna be Helmsman, Peitho, Rika, Akane, Jin. Jin as in Akane's husband, not male Jinny. Jin with a J. Bear, Yontrix, and myself. And then, continuing off of that following week, that Thursday? We'll be starting, the Quarry, to then finish it the week after on 22nd and 26th. It'll be 17th, 22nd, 26th. We'll start the Quarry. You remember we played the Quarry way back in the day. I'm talking like 3 years ago now, I think. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But once again, Helmsman, Peitho, Rika, Asta will actually be joining us for this one. Akane and Jin, Viri will also be joining us for this one.
Yeah, Viri.
And Viri.
Yeah,
and
Viri.
Depending on whether or not I get a reply back from Nay, because Nay's currently at like a music festival. Between now and then, if she's available, I might swap out that last slot, which is me, because I've already played the Quarry on the stream. So I'm thinking I'll just host for a full, cast of new players, maybe.
Yeah,
so we'll see if
that's the optimal is that you just host and you don't play any characters.
Yeah, exactly. Since I've already played them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, so we might get someone to replace that 8th slot. If not, I'll just play. It's no big deal. I'll just be Brenda Song again. I love playing. I love playing as a character. She's just literally me. Yeah, so that'll be the Quarry. That'll be October 17th, 22nd, and 26th. Those will be at 7:30 p.m. PST. And then, lastly, the last week of the month, that Tuesday and Thursday, we'll be playing the casting of Frank Stone. Helmsman, Peitho, Asta, Akane, and Jin. That's the plan. I'll just be hosting, even though I've never played this game. Just because, I don't know. I think it's still fun to have more people, to actually play the characters and I can just host.
I agree completely.
And so that'll be October 29th and 31st. So I hope you guys will look forward to that. We're playing, because last year we played all of the
dark
yes, the Dark Pictures anthology, which
yes.
is made by the same people that made Until Dawn. Now we're playing the rest of their games, their mainline games, the big ones, right? Which is the Until Dawn, which is obviously the first one, Quarry, which came out I think after most of the Dark Pictures games, and then the casting of Frank Stone, which is a new one that takes place in the DVD universe.
Yeah, it takes place in the anthology series, so it has that baller dude.
No, I don't think that's correct. I don't think it takes place in the anthology series. It takes place in the DVD, as in Dead by Daylight.
Oh,
universe.
okay.
Yes.
That's cool.
I don't think it's. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no ties to the anthology.
Should
but
I love
wish
that
it did.
dude.
That guy's so cool.
That
Yeah,
dude
the,
with that guy's theme
the
song
curator.
pops. Yeah, the curator. That curator's so fucking baller. Yeah. Damn, it's got that butt rock, kind of slow butt rock going. I fucking love it. Yeah, he named his kidney stone Frank.
Oh, what is this?
The fact that you remember all this.
See with icy hands, we're getting over me.
And there's like crows flying around and shit. It's awesome.
I used to know that song by heart. Now I can't remember it.
Well, anyway, lots of fun stuff are happening in October, and I will not be like simul streaming that. I will just be on Rosa's channel. I will try to release videos instead to kind of fill the void. As for me in October, I actually am going to try to plan some watch-alongs, some Discord watch-alongs. I want to watch... There's a few things I want to watch. I want to watch Blazing Saddles in the Discord.
Okay.
I want to watch... I have to plan that so that you can attend. You have to be in that watch-along.
For Blazing Saddles?
Blazing Saddles, yes. It's a 70s comedy movie.
Okay.
I want you to go in completely unknowing. I don't want you to look it up or anything.
I won't.
You are going to fucking love this movie.
Okay.
I guarantee you're going to love this movie. I also want to watch the two Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. Because I haven't seen them in a while, and they're fucking awesome. And I really want to watch them again. So I want to plan those two. And then also, I'm going to be planning a full watch along of Arcane Season 1. Because Season 2 drops, or at least the first third of it drops right at the beginning of November. So that's the third thing I want to plan. So I'm probably going to throw out like a message to everybody asking like what general times or days are like best, and plan accordingly. Honestly, I'm thinking Sundays, honestly, because there's not a lot of activity on Sundays. People tend to like chill out on Sundays, so I figured that
those are usually my like setup days.
Yeah, so
as long as not this Sunday though, I can make time.
I'm thinking like Sunday evenings. That's what I'm thinking. But I'll figure it out. But that's what I'm going to try to do for October personally. But other than that, we're going to get out of here, chat. Like and subscribe. Leave comments on the VOD if you can. Anything to help the algorithm is always appreciated. Trying to build this channel. It's slow but surely.
To share it with your friends.
Yeah, share with everybody.
Hit 150 today.
Sure. I got to 150 finally. Doing all right. I'm gaining ground slowly but surely.
Yeah.
And you know our socials.
Yeah.
Find me at Wander Helmsman on Twitter. You can find Rosa at Rosa_Kodal. I am here. Rosa is on Gene and Mercury?
On YouTube? I think the @ is Ginny.
Yeah, the @ is Genie
But
Mercury.
the title's still called Rosa Kodal, at least for now.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll ever change.
And then, of course, the Discords. I have a personal Discord, but I'm more active at the Collective with Rosa. You can find us all there. And I look forward to seeing y'all on the next one.
Doodles!
Right. Watch us yours, chat.